Next level.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Pro Tour Live here at Online Darts. Myself, Jack Garwood, and I will be joined by Mr. Phil Bars around about round 2 or round 3. He's currently on commentary duty for the MODUS Super Series. So you've just got me for the first couple of hours. How is everybody? Afternoon, Matthew. Not yet. Kyle says it's morning here and I have to work. Well, keep us on all day then, Kyle. I'll keep you going. We'll keep you up to date with everything from Hildesheim. Important day today. So we've had some clarification from the PDC. We went hunting earlier in the week. There is 2 Pro Tours and a Euro Tour left before the World Match Play race cut off. So these are incredibly important events. There are 2 Pro Tours on the Monday and Tuesday before the World Match Play, but they do not count towards the World Match Play. They will have already done the cut off. They would have probably already started planning the draw and all of the content that goes around that, so the players know when they have to arrive in Blackpool, etc. Streaming boards look like we're going to be on the same setup as last time. Any PDC streams up already? No, not yet. They don't start until 1 o'clock local time, so 12 o'clock today. You can log in. It will only show me number 1 until the others are all done. Jacob says, greetings from Hildesheim. How are we doing, Jacob? Glad you can join us. Nazim says, good afternoon, all. Laura, morning, all. No Maisie today. She was forced to school in a mood. Oh, dear, she's sulking. It's a bit warm for school, to be fair. I'd have let her stay off. A bit warm for anything. I've got a fan on, I've got the window open, and I'm struggling already. Rob, the old mongoose, who's the weakest BDO world champ ever? I'd have to say Tony David or Les Wallace. Tony came from nowhere, didn't he? He was like 66-1 outsider to win it. Mullins, Christian Perez is making his Pro Tour debut today. He is ahead of the World Cup of Darts this weekend. Christian Perez will play for the first time as the event is in Germany. So that's good to see from him. Hi, Sam. How are we doing? We will, of course, discuss the World Cup of Darts later on this evening on the Live Lounge. Myself, Phil Bars and Lee Boyce. We'll be joined by the reigning WDF World Champion, Neil Duff, as our guest this week. Yeah, Perez, baptism of fire right now. Christian against Rob Cross, round 1. Always sulking when the darts are on. Like her dad, she needs a social life outside of darts. Hey, there's nothing wrong with darts. Al says, how do you mate? Off to Dominican Republic on Wednesday. Can't wait. Obviously, my hand luggage is my travel board, and half of my suitcase consists of darts and a stand. I absolutely love that. Fair play to you. Little brag about going off to Dominican Republic as well. Someone's going to have to just let me know what the stream boards are, as there is just me for now. I can see it's Smith Veenstra, and it's going to run in the same format as it did when they debuted the 4 boards. So those boards are going to run until conclusion, until we reach the last 16. No MVG today. I think Michael is one of a number of players that have opted to skip this weekend. Some schedule management. Let's be honest though, Michael has had a pretty intense time of it as of late, as is like to Johnny Clayton, a full Premier League campaign, very busy exhibition calendar. Obviously, they were in New York for the World Series. So yeah, someone can let me know which boards are streamed today, just so I don't have to go digging for it right now. Then we can work out a feature board for you guys to watch along from Dark Connect. Let me just move that one out of the way. Who you got for the win today? That is a good question. Toughish looking board for Rob Cross. Danny Noppert's due a run, surely. Runs into him and him. Ooh. Board 8's tasty today, by the way. Ross Smith, Keane Barry, Mike DeDecker, Jeff Smith, along with Connor Scott, Florian Hempel, Mickey Mansell. Plenty of World Cup players in that one. Peter Wright and Raymond van Barneveld on the same board. Hello. Peter Vandenberg. I'm going to go boring today. I'm going to say Price wins today and then takes the day off tomorrow. Am I seeing things? So I can see Thibaut Tricot in the draw, who isn't a tour card holder, but will be representing France later on in the week. But I cannot see Jacques Labre. Does he work? And been unable to get this off and is travelling for the World Cup later in the week instead. Who do we have on 2? Gerwin Price, Mensel, Sulovic is streaming board number 2. Michael Smith, Richard Vainch is streaming board number 1. Yeah, Labre not in these Pro Tours. Interesting. Evening, Juanita. How are we doing? Good to have you back. Board 3 doesn't say who's on it. Yellow Class and a late replacement. Yeah, I saw that. I believe Hendo's flight got cancelled late yesterday, who was already a replacement in himself. Just make sure this one's muted. That one. Yellow Class is. As ever, guys, don't forget to get involved in the chat room if you are new here. We'll try and interact with as many comments as possible. Board 2 is streaming board 3, which is Clemens Horvat. Wright and Barney streaming board 4. Well, that doesn't leave us with a great deal of options for feature game, I therefore nominate Rob Cross Christian Perez as our first game as the feature. Any objections? Not me all day, Morgan. I will be joined by Phil around 2 o'clock. He is currently sat next to Mr. Matthew Edgar. He is commentating on the MODUS Super Series, where Fallon Sherrock is in action alongside Jim Long, Barry Vampire, Joey Ten Berg, John Brown's playing. I'm trying to think who else is involved this week. That's about all I've got right now. I'm very good, thank you, David. Busy weekend for myself. I was in Newbury with the World Seniors Darts Tour. Afternoon, Jar. He's back. It is all about that race for Blackpool, Dan. Regime Van Veen's form current. I'm a little bit apprehensive to just say yes, Sam, because he's playing a lot of darts this weekend. To do 5 Dev Tour events and then go into 2 Pro Tours is not easy. I know he's young. I know he's played Super Series and whatever else, but you expect a slight step up. I'm going to sort by board number today and see if that makes a difference to our viewing. Should make it easier to keep up with the boards that are going to be on a stream, as we do have some live games. Josh Rock against Josh Payne and Jose de Souza, Danny Janssen, the first 2 to kick off. Let's see where we go today. Nazim says Wade to win today. That's bold. Most of you will know I'm a very big James Wade fan. 1, his form has not been very good of late. And 2, I know he was recently on holiday. I'm not sure how many darts he would have picked up while he's there. Hi, Alistair. How we doing? James's last good year was 21 when he won the UK, but he went on a bit of a rampage of winning ITV events that year, didn't he? Rob's second in that Wade prediction. Come on in, folks, before we get any further, your predictions for who wins today. I'm going Gerben Price. I'm going a bit safe today. As action is underway on the 2 outer boards, or streaming boards. Not quite outer, but you know. Smith and Vince are just pulling off. So we should see Price and Sulovic shortly as well. Josh Payne's won an opening leg for himself in 15 darts. It's a 13 dart leg for Jimi Hendrix to set the opening against Martin Schindler. Sam says Heta for the win today. He's got form in Germany recently. Alistair says it's Peter and Gary. Presume you're going to say playing together for Scotland. Yes. Luke's going Michael Smith. England team captain. Elder saying Josh Rock. Peter Wright wins the opener against Pascal Ruprecht. Early legs for Dave Chisnell in 12, Ratajski in 16, Connor Scott in 15, Robert Owen in 14, Richard Vainstra takes the opener against Marco Smith in 15 darts. We'll see that one on the stream shortly. Just fired in 1-3-4 to leave a ton after 12. Could you see Wright changing manufacturers? Not really. I know they all do have stuff based in the UK, but I'm not sure any of them could turn around equipment as quickly as Wright used it compared to the Winmore Red Dragon guys. I also am not sure how much longer Peter Wright's career has got. He's not getting any younger. Get that one off your screen. Rob Cross takes the opener against Christian Perez. Dave Chisnell flying 2-0 up on Owen Bates. Everyone else is one apiece, really. Robert Owen's average has just improved from 107 to 125, and he lost the leg. 15 dart for Steve Lennon to open. Van Dyvenberg is on a 2-darter after 12. Connor Scott 2-0 up on Ross Smith. Steve Beaton's last year. Not at the minute. His tour card looks pretty safe at the moment. Do you think Peter Wright will participate in Legends events soon? I don't know. I'm not sure what Peter Wright will do. He's a bit of an enigma, isn't he? It's one we're never going to be sure about. If he did make the move to seniors darts, it would be massive. Afternoon, Joe. It is now. The Sows are 2-1 up on Danny Janssen. Not the best game, though. Probably the worst game going on right now, actually. A couple of you backed Josh Rock to win the day. He's currently 2-1 down to Josh Payne. Anyone getting a bit nervous yet? Rob Owen regains the lead on Andrew Gilden, still averaging 115. Van Dyvenberg gets one back against Steve Lennon. Chisnell drops a leg to Owen Bates. Do we know anything about how Dirk Van Dyvenberg's injury is at the moment? Nope, not heard a thing. Phil might have. We can ask him a little bit later, but as far as I know, nothing new to report. bit more like it from Gerwin Price, who leaves 44 after 9 darts. Danny Noppert partnering Michael Van Gerwen this weekend. 3-0 up against Jose Justicia. Mitchell van den Berg gets one back against Luke Peters, but it's still 2-1 behind. Damon Hatter motoring along. Return average at the minute. 2-0 up on Dylan Slevin. Been a long week for Dylan so far. Josh Payne now 3-1 up on Josh Rock. Who's your surprise team to make a run at the World Cup? Me and Phil were only talking about this last night. It's difficult to say run. There are definitely some groups where the seeds aren't favourite for me. I don't think Canada would be a surprise. Jeff Smith's literally just won the US, lost in the final of the US Darts Masters, won the North American Darts Championship, and is playing brilliantly. And Matt Campbell's in the form of his life. Group B is a little tougher, you know. Germany are in there against Hong Kong and Japan. They'll have home support, but don't write either of them off. Keep your eyes on Lithuania as well. In the same group as Portugal and Poland. That was Christian Perez's first leg as a tour card holder, you're right. Turk now 3-1 up on Steve Lennon. Danny Janssen fighting back against Jose De Souza. Jose averaging 78 at the minute. Portugal team captain at the weekend. He's not quite the same Jose we've seen before, is he, right now? Peter Wright, 2 apiece with Pascal Ruprecht. And game that isn't going to grab any headlines tomorrow. Afternoon, Bob. Juanita just chucked out a 164 in 3. Must be the best finish of the day so far. Will Russia ever compete in the World Cup again? Pass. Guess that depends on other sports. I guess the issue right now is that the only way Russian athletes would be reintegrated into sport of most sort right now would be the Ukrainian invasion being over and there being some sort of peace deal. Not at 4-1 up. Clemens Horvat on streaming board 3. 3-2 to Clemens. Fires in a 1-1-5 of Horvat sat on double 4. Is he taking his time? I mean, he's 4-1 up. Not really taking his time. He goes Mensur Sulovic, averaging 112. Oh, I get you. Corey's not playing this weekend. I'm still yet to see him. I don't think Perez has his sports visa. I think Perez is just in Germany for the World Cup, so played this as well and got there a week early. 5-1 going price still continues to average 113. Does this 170 go? Does this 170? Oh no, didn't even go for it. Mental back on 300. Connor Scott now 5-1 up on Ross Smith. Who saw that one coming? Damon Hatter drops a leg, so Dylan Slevin avoids the bagel. That means all 16. Well, so far, everyone's won at least one leg. No one is getting nilled. Has Gary played? Not yet. Yeah, I'm not going to say that one out loud, Bells. Might get in trouble. Long weekend for some of the guys after playing the Dev Tour, but some are still going. Yeah, 100%. I know the next player on the call-up list, I think, was Jared Cole as well, so he nearly was another one. Jose de Souza one leg away from victory then against Danny Janssen, despite only averaging 81, but it's 113 average for Gerwin Price to defeat Mensur Sulovic 6-1. I don't want to pull a smug face a la Jeremy Clarkson, but this guy said he'd win today. I need 5 more matches like that to go. Christian Perez trailed Rob Cross 2-0. He now leads 3-2. Wins elsewhere for Connor Scott, who averages 100 to defeat Ross Smith 6-1. And the same scoreline for Damon Hatter as he beats Dylan Slevin 6-1 also. Owen, is this real life? Not sure I understand. Dragutin Horvat is a couple of legs away from an upset over the German #1 Gabriel Clemens. I'm not singing Caught in a Landslide. Dirk now 5-up on Steve Lennon, Josh Rock, Josh Payne 4 apiece. Josh Rock led that one 4-3 after trailing 3-1. Jalev. Way to go at the top 16 today. Bet it's been a while since he's been out of there. A very long time. He did have a bit of a blip. 2017, 2018. Mervyn King to transition to seniors. Wouldn't be surprised to see it. He is 52, 53. Similarly, his ranking might be higher than his age soon. Afternoon, Scotty. How are we doing, mate? All good here, thank you. Oh, that was Freddie's at the cricket jar was unbelievable. Which reminds me, we aren't too far away from finals day. We're going to 2 this year, and we need fancy dress, so sort it out. Something that comes in fat person sizes. De Souza, a 6-2 winner over Danny Janssen. Michael Smith completes a 6-4 win over Richard Vaensler. Price producing these numbers more regularly than anyone else at the minute. Many seen the spell would drop off. He is producing these in the first round. The problem is what follows. We see it first round at the Premier League a lot, second round struggling. So See how long he can keep that going for. Win for Dirk van Dijvenbode as well. What are you recovering from, Scott? Just the weather, or were you playing this weekend? Burnett for sure going seniors next year. Tour card race. Afternoon, Simon. Oh yeah, American football. Are we getting like fake shirts, or are we just going American football shirts? They're big. Ooh. Just had my teeth done. It hurt. Well, at least you could. Do you want to do mine next? You can pay for them. Who am I looking for? Richie Burnett. Currently 71st in the tour card race. That's with provisional money added on. 10 grand behind 64th place Mario Vandenberg. So it wouldn't be a surprise to see Richie in the seniors if he doesn't keep his tour card. Whether or not I go back to Q scores different matter. Andrew Gilding defeats Robert Owen 6-2, averaging 100. That was a really great game in the early encounters. Perez putting up a great day. Yeah, look, to go toe-to-toe with Rob Cross at the minute is not an easy thing to do. The other ones to take into account, Jeff Smith, I'm not sure he travelled for the senior tour. It's a long way from Canada. Ross Montgomery, the oldest tour card holder, he's only earned 24,750 by the end of the year so far. So he needs a big run, or he might be losing his tour card. It'll be interesting to see if he makes the jump to seniors next year. Who else do we have? Tony Martinez, Kevin Burness, a winner, of course, on the seniors tour before, actually qualified for the first seniors world championship, and then went and got himself a tour card. So wasn't able to play. Darren Webster just below him as well. Yeah, interesting to see if that duo are two of those that make that move. How was... So we'll go from there. Is Andy Bolton old enough for seniors? The X Factor. Uh, 73 this year. He turned 50 in February. Wins for Gabriel Clemens. That was your streaming game on board 3. Danny Noppert overline against Jose Justicia. Martin Schindler beat Jimi Hendrix 6-4. And Christoph Ratajski overcomes Vincent van der Voort 6-3. Big week for the Polish Eagle as the team captain for Poland. I'm not so smug about you lot earlier who had backed Josh Rock, and I was like, are you that confident? Because he just won 6-5. Big turnaround in fortune for him in that one. Luke Peters currently leads Dimitri Vandenberg 5-4. Team Belgium always put a strong showing up at the World Cup. Are we a little concerned about the form of Dimitri Vandenberg right now? Mervyn King, Ross Montgomery underway. 14 dart leg from Merv to win the first leg. Seniors is only going to get stronger and stronger. I hope so, Simon. I was there this weekend, and it's just the atmosphere in the room is special. Like, everyone's been there and done it pretty much. You've got players there that are there for the experience and something new, and you've got it's just a really nice blend of people. Everyone's really friendly. Like, I don't think there's another sports tour in the world where it is that friendly. on Saturday night, we had a surprise birthday party for Alan Norris's partner, and about 30, 35 people were there in the evening, just chilling out, having a few drinks, putting a bit of a buffet on, etc. Could you imagine that at a Pro Tour? Peter Wright marching everybody back to Robin Park, Wigan. For a birthday party for Joe. Matthew says, anyone not playing today? Plenty. Assuming Littler will get his tour card via the Dev Tour. Do you think he can have a first year like Rock did? Potentially. I think the impact Luke's going to have is massive. He's just got so much experience for a youngster. The concern is too much too soon for someone like Luke. But I just think he's shown at senior level already just how good he is and that he can handle it. Matthew, your question. Anyone not playing today? So the tour card holders absent: Nathan Aspinall, Corey Cadby, Jamie Clark, Johnny Clayton, Joe Cullen, Luke Humphreys, Ryan Joyce, Jacques Labra, Adrian Lewis, Ryan Sell, Graham Usher, Michael Van Gerwen, Darren Webster. The tour card holders that replaced them: Owen Bates, Stephen Belmont, Andy Bolton, Cam Crabtree, Dragutin Horvat, Christian Kist, Chris Landman, Daniel Albee, Scott Mitchell, Timo Tricol, Lucas Veinig, Conan Whitehead. John Henderson was meant to be one of those as well, but I believe he had flight issues. There was a couple more this morning. Can't remember who posted it now. Was it you? It was not you. I can't remember who put on to it now. There's a couple more new ones. Don't be writing Rob Cross off yet, Andrew. Tops for a break. Nick Fulwell was one. Yella Klassen was a late replacement. Vandenberg turns it around against Luke Peters, winning 6-5. Jules Van Dongen's taking on Tony Martinez on streaming board 3 for you. Is that a battle we will see at the World Cup later in the week? James Wilson pulled out. Williams. Who won the Price Julovic game? Going Price did 6-1 with 113 average. Who did Durham beat in his World Finals? Jim Williams. Callum Ridge flying 3-0 up on Richie Burnett. Mervyn King 3-0 up on Ross Montgomery. Jim Van Veen 2-1 up on Thibaut Treacle. Karel Sedlacek taking the opener against Matt Campbell. Again, 2 more World Cup players in action. Rob Cross did drop that last leg despite having darts in hand at tops. So now has to win 2 straight. And Whitehead about to take on Lucas Veinig. Chizzy win the last leg. He did. Chizzy won 6-5 against Owen Bates. Have I missed any more results for you? I don't believe so. 4-0 Mervyn King now leads against Ross Montgomery thanks to a 10 dart leg. Averaging 105 right now. John O'Shea taking the opener against Callum Goffin. Is anybody watching the streams? Is it just me, or is streaming board 4 zoomed in a lot more than streaming board 3? We have a noble leg between Rob Cross and Christian Perez. At 4th of the day. I missed last week's live lounge. Well, that's a bit rude. No, I'm joking. But it's about time ITV showed the New York tournament live, not delayed. We've been saying that about all the World Series. Just double it up. Put it back on a repeat later. Fine. But actually, at that time of night, it's not as if they're missing anything else. Jay Bustamante says, go Philippines. Don't you share a surname with a famous pool player? Francisco Bustamante. I thought so. People want their hot fuzz repeats at 4 1 in the morning. Yeah, you can't beat that. And Men and Motors and the professionals. Jamie says Van Veen mopped up at Dev Tour. Interesting to see if he can do it versus pros. Mop up. Did he win 2? I thought the titles were shared this weekend. Nyman, Brooks, Cole, Van Veen, Gaulas. Yeah. To be fair, Simon, everyone else shows it. Well, you can watch it on PDC TV. There is a lot of support for Perez in the chat room. I'm not sure. Hill, Sir Ian Perez. Does he go by Ian instead of Christian? Are we missing something there? Because there's a lot of support for him, and he has just beaten Rob Cross. That is not a bad way to make your PDC Pro Tour debut, a much awaited debut as well. Christian Perez gets the better of Rob Cross in a deciding leg. Wow. Hello to everybody from the Philippines. We have our first bagel. That's a win to 0 here in the UK. Mervyn King has beaten Ross Montgomery 6-0. Like a Novak Djokovic game of tennis, that. Scott Williams currently leads Aaron Monk 2-0. Both players are averaging 70 odd. That will not please either of them. Daniel Klose is underway against Roy van der Glint. Timo Trico leads Gian Van Veen 4-3. Hi, Eric. Joe Murner leads Ricky Evans 4-2. Ricky with the better average. A guest that we've had on the show recently. Best wishes to him. Me neither, Andrew. Is Alagan his World Cup partner? It is. Lawrence Alagan and Christian Perez will compete for the Philippines in the World Cup of Darts starting on Thursday. Myself, Phil Bars and Lee Boyce will be here later this evening from 8 p.m. UK time with the Online Darts Live Lounge, our weekly 2-hour podcast, live show, whatever you want to call it, where tonight the topic of conversation is the Seniors Floor event from last weekend, looking ahead to the World Seniors Masters, which is next weekend. It's not the weekend after. The 24th and 25th. We'll be looking at the Dev Tour action, the Pro Tour action from today, and of course the World Cup heading into the weekend. And if I don't know any better, I don't want to promise anything here, because that would be silly, but I know who Phil is currently commentating with, and he's not been unknown to not just hop in and say hello as well. So you might even get a glimpse of the mythical Matt Edgar later on. We need a new feature game. I'll just come out of that one for now. I mean, most are underway to an extent where jumping in would be a bit weird. Warming up is Louis Williams against Jamie Hughes or Madars Razma against Chris Lamman, but that's streamed, so we'd have to go Louis Williams, Jamie Hughes. Any special guests on the show tonight, God? We do have the reigning WDF World Champion Neil Duff. He finally broke his duck and won a week in the MODUS Super Series a couple of weeks ago. Since then, he's played darts out in Switzerland. And he will take on the defending champion in the opening round, David Cameron, at the World Seniors Masters in 2 weeks' time. Let's drop in on our good pal John O'Shea against Callum Goffin. Are you staying for the live lounge or a new stream? It depends what time we finish, Matthew. I think it'll be a new stream. I think we'll be done here, especially as this is an hour earlier start due to Germany time. I think we'll be done here 5:30, 6. So we'll put a new stream up. King Barry beats Florian Hempel 6-4. Good win for... Is he Team Ireland's captain this year? That's rankings. Is the World Cup race still up? It is. No, Willie O'Connor's still just ahead. Joe Mernon beats Ricky Evans 6-4. 6-2, sorry. Learn to read. Dan's in. How we doing, buddy? It's a great start from Connor Scott. Brilliant guest recently on the live lounge. Top bloke. Yeah, that was the week I was absent. A player with a great future, though. Finally seems to have settled himself into the Pro Tour. Needs a big run this year to keep that tour card. Phil's been doing well commentating. Yeah, don't tell him that. I've already got to be nice enough today. Karol Sedlacek, a 6-1 winner over Matt Campbell. Worrying times if you are Jeff Smith to see that result. That'll be his partner starting Thursday. A Cadby visa update, the exact same as before, Maliki. Scott does Wade a favour for the match play. I should have that one open. Keep tinkering between the World Cup, but let's have a look at the World Match Play race. Yes, Russ Smith was £12,000 behind James Wade. He will remain that, plus whatever James can earn today. Scott Williams, 5-0 up on Aaron Monk. Is Jim Long playing with Campbell? No, it's Jeff Smith and Matt Campbell. Jim Long is currently in the UK playing in the MODUS Super Series. Why have they put Barney on a stream board with that commentator? Why not? I guess they've got to put someone somewhere. I think it's based off seeding as well. The higher seeds get the commentary boards. Smith Neal, a 6-5 winner over Richie Edhouse. Jim is playing really well right now. Yeah, look, to topple Michael Smith on TV recently, solid. He's got a busy week as well. I've got an interview dropping with him on the World Seniors Darts channel as he picked up the Open Series win on Saturday. Discusses that MSG week, the strength of North American darts right now, just how busy he is. He's gone from MSG to the UK, played in the seniors at the weekend, then got a taxi from Newbury to Portsmouth yesterday. That wasn't cheap, I bet, to be in the Super Series for this morning. First game against Fallon Sherrock. Then he's back to Canada for the Canadian Open. Conan Whitehead a leg away from picking up a Pro Tour win. James says, I like the full board streaming now on PDC. There's a bit more variety. I'm not sure we will see any more than this. A lot of people will get every board streamed. I'm not sure there's value in that in terms of equipment and then bandwidth and relying on streams being up. Some turnaround from Richie Burnett. I'm sure he trailed Callum Ridds at least 3-0, if not 4. He's just 165. Vampire really smashing everybody at the MODUS Super Series there. Vampire is smashing everybody everywhere. He is right up there in the conversation with the best player in the world without a tour card right now. Thibaut Tricot has just beaten Gian Van Veen 6-5. Laura says double trouble, lack of match practice at its finest. Still battling away though, Laura. Jeff Smith, Mike the Decker get underway. Brendan Dolan against Roby John Rodriguez. James Wade against Brian Roman. Big game for Wadey as Whitehead does pick up a win. Warming up elsewhere, Chris Dobie against Cameron Menzies. I'm sure at one point Menzies was playing with a Dobie dart. That must be really strange at pro level. Ricardo Petresco will take on Sean Wilkinson. Barney against Ronnie Hybrex will be on streaming board 4 for you next. Gary Anderson against Mike Kyvenhoven and Steve Beaton against Boris Kurchmar. Oh, yes. Thank you, John. Because I'd forgotten about that one. Lee Evans beats Martin Clearmacher 6-5, and it's a win for Tony Martinez over Jules Van Dongen. And as Jar so politely reminded me, rising up, Barney is back. Which pro do you think has had their own darts thrown against them the most? That's a good question. That's a really good question. I think you're going to have to go back a few years. I think Eric Bristow has to be the answer to that. There are so many variations of an Eric Bristow dart. I think it has to be Eric. Although just the volume of games these days, a lot of players have their own signature barrel design. I'm trying to think if any pros definitely use anything doubled up the same, but not really. See, the issue with that jar is straight darts, I would agree, but some of Phil's not even target as well, by the way, because he was coming out of the game by then, and they're so different to a straight barrel dart. The Rossos maybe from Unicorn, but again, they was that barrel with the slick stick and the pink slick sticks and the black flies was so difficult to throw. There weren't many trying to replicate it. What's his name? I can't remember. Matt Paget was the only one that you can really that just copied Taylor's throw down to the last inch. I think they played against each other on a Euro tour once, but that was about as close as they got. MVG barrels I've seen a lot, yeah, but not really from the pros. Because by the time that kids are coming off the dev tour now to take on these guys, they've all got their own barrels anyway. Burnett was 5-2 down, then he went 15, 14, 14, 13. Yeah, he's not going to the seniors anytime soon playing like that. James Wade, League Brian Roman 2-1. John O'Shea, currently 5-4 down to Callum Goffin. Goffin would be from another country. Adam Warner warming up against Stephen Bunting. Good to see him back. He missed the last block due to what I believe was a burst appendix. I think you're close, Morgan, because that's what I play with. Especially in the last 10 to 15 years, there are two darts that stand out to me that people copy or play with. An Adrian Lewis dart, Gen 2 or Gen 3, or Gary Anderson. The straight barrel dart that he wins the World Championship, that you just paint an extra ring on it to show that he's won another one. They're right up there. Callum Goffin does defeat John O'Shea 6-4. There was a win also for Andy Bolton 6-4 over Ryan Meikle. That was on the streaming board at number 1. Right, I am going to run a quick ad break just to keep everybody nice and happy. And when we come back, we're going to feature the Flying Scotsman, Gary Anderson. There we have it then, folks. To play the Pro app currently available on iPhone. Take on the likes of Michael Mango and Simon Whitlock, Paul Nicholson, Mark Webster, Fallon Sherrick. Great little practice tool for you. And it tracks your average. So what it does is it will handicap the matches. Johnny Clayton hit a 9-darter last Friday night during a night of the darts in Offaly, Ireland, did he? Not known for hitting a 9, Johnny, so he's just flying. The Decker on a 9. By the time I open this, is he going to be off a 9? He is. One of us bunting on stream board 3 should be a good watch. I agree. Ever tried a front-loaded dart? I have. My mother throws with a Dennis Priestley dart, and I tried them during lockdown a couple of years ago when I went home for a bit. Not for me. I did have a chuck with the new Windmill Valhallas, but the problem is Phil Bars uses knitting needles for points, and they're way too long, so it upsets the balance in my hand. So I want to try them with something a little bit more sensible, sticking out the end of it. What I really want is something with a scallop. Hang about, Barney has moved to a see-through. Is that a plastic / molded flight and stem combo? Can't tell by the way they're spinning, but that looks very weird for Barney. Trying something new. Still tinkering away. Kim Hybrack said Bradley Brooks will be on streaming board 1 for you in a moment. That should be an interesting game. See where the form of Hybrack is ahead of the World Cup. Always one of the strong performers in this event. Loves it, whether he's played with his brother Ronnie or Dimitri. I didn't know Target 8 did a see-through version, Morgan. That's what caught me off guard. Tell you what's caught Barney off guard, though. The fact that he's 2-0 down to Ronnie Hybracks and he's averaging 62. Ew. Fight back from Gary Anderson is underway. 2-0 down to Mike Kyvenhoven, now 2 apiece. That should feature a game. You can see that one on screen. James Wade is 5-1 up on Brian Roman, averaging 93. Steady enough. Ricardo Petrexco leads Sean Wilkinson 2-0. Louis Williams 4-2 up on Jamie Hughes. Dideka leads Mike Smith 4-2. Simon Whitlock underway against Kevin Dutz. A big week for Simon Whitlock. A, in the race to the match play, these 2 events are huge. So he's going to have one eye on that. He cannot take these lightly. But B, defending champions are Team Australia for the World Cup starting on Thursday. Himself and Damon Heta, and they do start on Thursday. Despite the fact they're defending champions, they're not one of the top 4 seeds due to their combined ranking, and therefore have to play in the group stage. No bye for them, no seeded part of the draw for them. Just the top 4 get that protection. There's a lot of protection for the top 4, by the way. Hear my thoughts on that later on this evening, between 8 and 10 o'clock. Yeah, a big week for Simon Whitlock. A big leg for Gary Anderson. The 13-darter has him leading Mike Kyvenhoven 3-2. Bradley Brooks fires in a 15-dart leg to take the opener against Kim Hybracks. There's a lead for Jermaine Watermaina against Mario van der Bojada. Daniel Closer leads Roy van der Grint 4-3. Madars Razma is 1 away from victory against Chris Landman. That's on streaming board 2. Steve Beaton currently leads Boris Kirchmar 3-1. There's a win for James Wade. He wins 6-1 against Roman. Lifts that average to 95. Guest this week, Morgan, is Neil Duff, the reigning WDF World Champion. He will take on David Cameron in a fortnight's time, or a little over 2.5 weeks' time now, in the World Seniors Masters. The defending champion. A war of words between those 2 on social media. A little bit in jest, I believe. let's not forget, Cameron actually qualified for the World Seniors Masters the week of the WDF World Championship last year. Cameron was knocked out, came over on the Friday night to the warm-up event, played Saturday in the qualifier, booked his spot back at Lakeside a few weeks later, the week that Neil Duff won the World Championship. I believe Neil said something along the lines of, come and see the defending champion in his one and only match in this year's tournament. I tried just about every shape, was a 70 average data highest hit, and I suck with solutions to take 2 weeks off, then sell everything I have. I honestly wish I knew the solution, Dan. And whoever does solve that will become a very, very rich person in the sport of darts. 145 from Mike. Was it? I was miles away. Rasma does beat Chris Lamman. So we'll see a new game on streaming board 2. Midweek. Who is Rasma playing? Latvia in a group with New Zealand and Bahrain. They're not to be taken lightly. Not Bahrain, New Zealand. Playing with Dmitry Zhukov. Do I know when the next windmill launches? I don't. Can't have been one too far away ago. Mike Decker, a 6-3 winner over Jeff Smith. A bad morning for Team Canada, both falling at the first hurdle. Chris Dobie leads Cameron Menzies 4-2. Gary Anderson regains the lead against Mike Kivenhoven. Adam Warner currently leads Stephen Bunting 2-0. That's your streaming board 2 game. Clash of styles in that one. Big drag low at tops for Bunting on 75. Barney still trading Ronnie Hybrex 3-1, averaging 68. Ronnie Hybrex was 74. Barney's playing bad. He is indeed. Australia seems to have won the easiest group at the World Cup, in my opinion. They at least deserve something. Guyana and Gibraltar. It depends how the Gibraltans turn up. Galliano and Hewitt both have talent. Just need to channel it. What are the group games? Group stage best of 7, so it's only races to 4. William Connor 4-3 with Jeffrey Desvan, averaging 103. Cannot shake off the Dutchman though. Daniel Closer, Roy van der Grin are still going. Some boards are about to finish their third game, and that one hasn't finished its second. That's on 14 today. Dimitri van der Berg, Luke Peters, that went all the way. Daryl Gurney against Devon Peterson and Niels Zonneveld against Cam Crabtree. Niels isn't the fastest player in the world either. Keep your eyes on 14 for our finish time today. Do you know if they have this hot weather we have got in Germany today? Barney struggles in the heat. I don't, but I guess I could just Google the weather report. Weather Hildesheim. Currently 26 degrees. 0% chance of rain and 25% humidity. Fair bit of wind. You don't get that inside. Next up on swimming board 2, Radek Sagansky against Graham Hall. Arguably the most in-form Polish tour card holder in Sagansky. Missed out on the World Cup by just a couple of £100 in the end, I think. Was chasing down Krzysztof Kachuk. What's going on with Barney? He's playing pants, Alioko. Someone who's not playing pants, Gary Anderson, 97 average for the Flying Scotsman, defeats Mike Kyvenhoven, 6-3. Peter Wright also progressing at the expense of Pascal Ruprecht earlier on, so he'll take on Stephen Burton. They are on the same board as Barney and Ronnie Hybrex. We have that one finished. Any objections to Devon Darrell as the feature? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Sold. Move my screen around. Who would you prefer, Finn? They are allowed to be 2 legs in maximum. Very hot there. Yeah, yesterday was a joke. Obviously, I've been at the Open Series for the World Seniors this weekend down in Newbury. Toasty. A storm hit last night and it was beautiful. You could see it in the clouds just as it was coming in, like just drop temperature. There was a breeze. It was lovely. It was like a light show going on outside. And then 2 of the staff from behind the bar decided, were bet by one of the players they wouldn't stand out in it for 20 minutes. And they did. And they were head to toe drenched. And by the time I got back to Nottingham at 10:30 last night, it was still 22 degrees. 22 degrees at 10:30 at night. Disgusting. Rusty Jake and Roloffs are going to win. Rusty Jake's about to take on Alan Suter. And Roloff's against Gert Nenchez. Don't rule out Gert's top level. Don't forget to drop us a like if you haven't done so already. Subscribe to the channel. That'll get you into the chat room if you wish. And obviously comment below to get involved. And if you haven't done so already, find us on social media on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Can try and make this one a bit bigger. Wait for this one to load, but that's as good as we'll get because of the number of games on. Roby. Or Rowby. Rowby John I'm playing with. I believe. Austria. Yeah, Roby John. Again. Roby's going to be on his A level again on the World Cup. He's always playing so good. It'll be interesting to see what Roby does at the World Cup because he's added that big pause to his game, hasn't he, when he's got 2 in the treble. It'll be interesting to see, A, if he does that again to try and G the crowd up at any point. B, how Mensah responds to that. Willie O'Connor wins the last leg decider against Jeffrey de Zwaan. Was 4-1 up in that one. Goes the full complement of legs. Raymond van Barneveld 5-3 up now on Ronnie Highbrecht. Darryl Gurney fires in a 1-1-8 to take the first leg against Devin Peterson. Stephen Bunting, Adam Warner currently 3 apiece. That one's still on throw. I suppose anything as a draw is on throw, but Bunting did win the last leg with the darts. Do I own any rare sets of darts? Collect old unicorn in the box packaging with sets like Wade Goldlow, Black Lewis, and Black Taylor. Not rare sets of darts as such. I did start collecting the Unicorn Noir range. I've got 4 of those. I think there's 7 or 8 now. So I've got more of those to go and get. I have a set of Matthews Jim McEwen's. He won a MODUS Super Series week with those. gave me them. I've got a 1 of 50 piece of Gary Anderson art, signed by the Flying Scotsman. And I need somewhere to put this. Which is an Australian flag, signed by Corey Cadby and my late friend Kyle Anderson. Other than that, no. These are all match use flights and stuff. So when the Ultimate cards became a thing, I went and got some match used flights to go with them. So I've got Luke Woodhouse, Joe Cullen, James Wade, Stephen Bunting, Merv King, Heta, David Evans. I did have a set of Lewis's somewhere, but I think I may have used them. And I got some Chris Dobie flights and stems downstairs as well. Is that all done? Peterson levels up with Daryl Gurney. Elioko says White Woodhouse 2-6. You will see. Ian White's playing some good darts at the minute. Peterson loves his scores of 22. Shame to see him dropping off. Dukes beats Simon Whitlock 6-3. Roger Dukes. So I presume you're supporting Kevin, Roger. Well done. He's through the first round. Would you say darts is your number one sport? Probably. Just. I mean, I'm English, so I grew up with football. Everybody grows up with football. Yeah, I'm a Liverpool fan. Follow that, obviously. I actually played pool before I played football. So I was a county pool player at youth level. Had a couple of international trials for the youth sides. Same at university level, we were national champions. Same pool and darts, to be honest. I've played cricket before. I'm a big cricket fan. Myself, Jara used to be on the show. Cam, who I did a fallout with. We're off to T20 finals day in a few weeks' time. I've recently started following ice hockey a little bit more intently. So I follow the Nottingham Panthers in the UK. And the Boston Bruins. NBA Boston Celtics fan. Bored of baseball. It's such a drab game, even though they've made it faster. NFL, support the New England Patriots. Don't all boo me at once. Rugby fan. My uncle was a season, or still is, a season ticket holder at Harlequins. So I've been a number of times to watch them play. I'm just sport mad. No, rugby league is what I give up on. Born in London, raised just outside of Oxford. Rugby league just didn't exist where I was. It's union all the way. I don't really follow the UFC. I never really got into it. For a combat sport, I just prefer striking. The grappling, I don't understand as much. But yeah, I just sport all the time, pretty much. I'll watch anything. When the Olympics comes around, I'll sit and watch that constantly. The Winter Olympics, I love the curling. Just become an expert at everything. Where were we? How is the match play race going now after Willie O'Connor winning his match and Whitlock losing his? So Whitlock is now £2,000 behind Brendan Dolan. O'Connor still sits £750 behind Simon Whitlock. Manas Razma 1.5k behind Ricardo Petretsko, who is seeded today. He's still £3,000 behind Whitlock, which puts him 5 behind Brendan Dolan. Kim Hybrex has just beaten... Who did Kim beat? Bradley Brooks, 6-4. He's in 15th place, so that just earned him another £750. That improves the cushion between him and Dolan. Barney snuck through against Ronnie, so he's just earned another £750. Steve Beaton has won his first round game. Mike DeDecker has won his first round game. Daryl Gurney currently finds himself 2 on behind Devon Peterson, and then Gary Anderson has also progressed. So it looks like the early loss for Brendan Dolan is going to leave him that little bit vulnerable. The further Kim Hybrex and Barney continue to go today, the better for their chances. The early loss of Ross Smith to Connor Scott means James Wade has £12,750 gap on the main order of merit. That would take a title tomorrow from Smith to close, plus exceed him at the Euro Tour or go incredibly deep at the Euro Tour with an early exit from Wade. So yeah, keep your eyes right now on Willie O'Connor, Madders Razmat and Ricardo Petretsko making a run. Keem Barry would need to go pretty deep to put a dent in it. A final from him would put him above Brendan Dolan. Ian White could make that jump with a win. Alan Suter could be in contention with a win. Jamie Hughes the same. Everybody else. Luke Woodhouse potentially. And Mario van den Bohada, but they all need titles to get themselves back in the shout. Berry is so good. Berry's absolutely flying right now. Really hoping Peter Wright can find his game before he gets to Australia later this year. It depends what he settles on. Is Australia before or after the match play this year? Because that'll tell you. I reckon he's going to play okay at the match play, and that'll be the ignition. Defeated Clayton or Willie Borland. I think the Netherlands have a good chance, but England also. Borland not consistent enough. Poland are a dark horse on the World Cup. Not at the minute. I think Kachuk is playing worse than Sagansky, who currently finds himself 4th rep on Graham Hall. I think they'll be steady, but I think there's a lot of pressure on Ratajski to deliver. Again, we'll talk all things World Cup on the live lounge later tonight. What do you think in a bit of new Premier League players? It's hard to predict the Premier League players until we have a confirmed format. I'm hoping for a change. I think many others are also. The concept of a tournament on the night seems to be pretty well liked within the PDC, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that change. It's just, can they manipulate it so they get 16 players in there and alternate the players, or find something that isn't too complicated for people to follow to decide who's playing when. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to just see the 8-man field remain on the night. So yeah, it's hard to predict at the minute. My big prediction right now is that Peter Wright does not play in the Premier League next year. And that's where I'm going. Is the cutoff for the match play race after ET10? It's after the next Euro Tour, whichever that may be. I think that is 10. Is that Trier? Cut-off date, 9th of July. Yeah. Pro Tour order merit table used for the 2023 World Match Play qualification runs from the 2022 Players' Championship 22 to the 2023 European Tour Event 10. Yes. Is that Trier? Dideka and Dimitri were very, very comparable at Dev Tour level. And they sort of went on opposite trajectories when they made it to the pro ranks. But he's on the ascendancy as Mike Dideka. Radek Sagansky has beaten Graham Hall 6-3. Games underway for Dom Taylor against Stefan Belmont. Danny Van Trips 3-0 behind to Robert Grundy. That's on streaming board 4. George Killington needs Martin Lukeman. There were wins also for Ricardo Petrezco, seeded today, by the way, as Pikachu. 6-2 over Sean Wilkinson. Adam Warner completed a 6-4 victory over Stephen Bunting, despite averaging 6 points lower in the averages. Broke off throw in leg 10 to get over the line. Darius Labanauskas, this one went under the radar a little bit, a 6-3 winner over Jelle Klassen. He'll be leading Team Lithuania later in the week. Jamie Hughes defeated Louis Williams 6-5. Alan Suter was a 6-1 winner over Rusty Jake Rodriguez, averaging 100 for Suits. That's a much better result for Suits than we've seen in the last few weeks from him. Lee Evans did defeat Martijn Kleermaker 6-5. Dobie was a 6-4 winner over Cameron Menzies. Roy van der Grint beat Daniel Closer 6-4. I've already given you that one. I think that's everything caught up to date. As I believe Rabatzi Going Price on stream once again. The Iceman will take on Mervyn King in the last 64. 3 boards warming up last 64 matches right now. Going Price against Mervyn King. Danny Noppert against Joe Murnan. And Andrew Gilding against Karol Sedlacek. Elsewhere, a 1-2-8 game between one of the fastest players in the world, Danny Lauby, and one of the slowest in the world, but a Dev Tour winner yesterday for the very first time, Adam Gaulas. Talking of clashes, Scott Mitchell, 3-2 up on Christian Kist. Darryl Gurney still leads Devon Peterson 4-3 in our feature. Keegan Brown, another player who looks to be using the Condor Axe flight system. We will see Lauby vs Gaulas streamed on board 3. Excalibur says afternoon. I'm watching from the shop, so gets Bosch Tool ads. Your ads are different to mine. Mine are just annoying these days. I really should pay for YouTube Premium. Can't be asked. You know, it's just to stop ads. I'm like, no. But I'll happily sit here and pay for Netflix, Amazon, Disney, various people in my family will. And Mickey Mansell was a 6-3 winner over Kevin Burness. It feels like the big gap we've had between Pro Tours came at the complete wrong time for Kevin Burness because he just started to find some form in the first couple of events this season. Scott Waite, Bagels, Ted Evans, averaging just 84 himself. Cheeky little time check, 25-2. A game and a half to go over in Portsmouth, and then we should be joined by Mr. Philip Bars. Who's doing what so far? Barry Van Peer, 4 from 4, 8 points. Fallon Sherrick, 3 from 4 so far with 6 points. Jim Long won 50% of his games. He's 4 points from 2. Ron Moulenkamp, 4 points from 5 matches. He's already done for the day. Joey Ten Berg picked up 1 win so far, as has John Brown. Should we have left that one up? Or are we going for this one? Danny Noppert against Joe Mernon as the feature. Gavin Price taking a while to warm up against Mervyn King, despite the fact we know it's going to be streamed. No images just yet. Did Keane Barry win his 1-2-8 game? He did, because he's about to play Connor Scott in the last 64. How far away is the next major tourney after the World Cup? It will be the World Match Play. In a few weeks' time. They really need to hurry on board 14. Yeah, that was the one that I caught. It was that the Roy van der Grint board. Zonneberg against Crabtree, 1-2-8 game still to play. What was the Devon score? He was beaten by Daryl Gurney. 6-3. Gilding takes the opener against Sedlacek in 13 again. Gaulas Lauby 1 apiece. Damian Mole gets another back against Keegan Brown. Rafferty Knops 5 apiece. Belmont Taylor 3 apiece. Kachuk Van der Velter 3 apiece. Christian Kiss, Scott Mitchell, 3 apiece. George Killington goes 1 clear of Martin Lukeman, 4-3. Nathan Rafferty, a 6-5 winner over Robbie Knops. Price did take the opener against Mervyn King. He left 170 after 12, but averaged 79 in the first leg, so must have had a bit of trouble cleaning that up. Board 14 still hasn't started their last 1-8 game. There we go. It's live. As of 5 matches in the last 64, one of which Andrew Gilden is leading 2-0. 29 darts to win the legs combined. Why has it done that? Danny Noppert leading Mernon 2-1. Egan Brown one away now against Damien Mole, 5-2 up. That's on Michael Smith's board. So we'll see the 1-1 award champion return to streaming action in the next leg, in the next match. On the streaming board 1. And Robert Grundy 5-3 up on Danny Van Tripp. That's board 11. Who else is on 11? Was that Peter Wright's board? The winner of this will play Barney, if I'm not mistaken. Correct, Peter Wright against Stephen Burton up next. Winner of this to play Raymond van Barneveld. Potentially a Wright Barney board final on the cards. Robert Grundy does beat Danny Van Tripp, so a match with Barney is his reward. Does he do that? And he does it in style, taking out 160. Superb from him. quick reminder, if you've got any questions, fire them into the chat room and I'll be sure to answer them the best I can. Keegan Brown beats Damian Mole 6-2. Morning, Boa. If you're saying morning, I presume you are from across the pond. Christian Kiss, a 6-3 winner over Scott Mitchell. That was 3 apiece not too long ago, so 3 in a row for the lipstick. I may or may not have realised kissed is a tense of being kissed, or to kiss. And just thought lipstick was a Sid Waddell reference, but there we go. Beautiful day here in Brazil. You're watching from Brazil. In fact, chat room, let me know where you are watching from. We have plenty in from the Philippines earlier watching Christian Perez. He'll be back for his second round match shortly. Boa is in Brazil, tuning into the action. And there's a couple of you stateside, a couple of you from Australia. Let me know where you are watching from in the chat room. Dan's in the US. Svendetta's in Essen in Germany. Sam's from the very hot Netherlands. Very hot everywhere. Lee's in Duns, Berwickshire. Is that Scotland, Lee? Unfortunately, in Walsall, West Midlands. You're not too far away from our colleague Owen, Lee Boyce. He's a Walsall boy. Walsall season ticket holder, actually. For his sins. I'm going to have to drag this one down just a little bit. Thunderstorms predicted for the afternoon in Germany. Yeah, we had them yesterday. They were brilliant. 15 miles from the English-Scottish border. Not too far over then. Els is in sunny Burnley. I think that is the first time that adjective has ever been used to describe the town, Els, but we'll give you it. Must be on a high, given... Are you a Burnley fan, Els? Because hasn't Company got the side back in for pre-season training already? He understands your pain and suffering. Yeah, you know when we make the jokes about it being a dart show, not a football show? One, he's a Man United fan, so he's had a terrible time of it the last 8-10 years. And yeah, he's a Walsall fan as well. He goes along, supports them out locally. Watching in between classes. What are you studying, Boa? And sometimes during, get that headphone in on the slide. I'll teach you everything you need to know. That sounded really arrogant. Yeah, the claret's already in port. Mad. Absolutely mad. Merv has lost a few pounds since we last watched him. I do like how his shirt just keeps evolving. Just quality. You're an English teacher. You're doing the teaching. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Going Price, by the way, leading Mervyn King 4-1 while we're on about Merv. Danny Noppert was 2-0 up against Joe Mervyn. He's lost the last 4. Peter Wright's underway against Stephen Burton. That one's on PDC streaming board 4, originally from New Zealand. So do you fly west from New Zealand to get to Brazil? Or is that just a daft question? Van der Velde beats Kachuk 6-4. George Killington over the line and deciding leg against Martin Lukeman 6-5. Gowlis Lauby still 3 each now. That's on streaming board 3 if you do have access to PDC TV. Dom Taylor, Stefan Belmont 5 each. Do you think Man City deserved to win at the weekend? Inter had 3 really good late chances to equalise after all. I'll be honest, I didn't watch. It was on, while we were at the birthday party on the Saturday night. Alan Norris himself is a big Man City fan, as is his partner, whose birthday we're there to celebrate. But I was sat at the opposite end of the room with Robbie. We're having a good chat with Chris Mason, Richard Ehrig, and a couple of other players from the tour. Lovely little evening. Done it in both directions. We're going over the Pacific is quickest. Understood. World 14 is catching up a little bit. Did we massively just not see the fact 5 was pretty far behind as well? Because Nick Kenny is only 2-1 up on Vladimir Anderson in a 1-2-8 game. Cam Crabtree currently leads Neil Zonnevel 3-2. Connor Scott just beating Keane Barry 6-0. That's wins now over Ross Smith and Keane Barry already today for Connor Scott, dropping just one leg in the process. Van Dyvenbode back in action. He's 1-0 up on Lee Evans. Joe Murder now 5-2 up on Danny Nopper. Penny for the thoughts of Michael Van Gerwen, who will partner Danny Nopper later in the week. Stephen Burton 2-0 up now on Peter Wright, averaging 107. Going via Dubai takes around 36 hours of flying, 15 hours going through Chile. Interesting. I mean, the furthest I've flown is Venice. Thibaut Trikov 5-0 up on Krzysztof Ratajski. Wow. Once again, the last remaining Polish player in action today could well be the one that is not representing them at the World Cup of Darts this week. Radek Sagansky beaten to the spot by Krzysztof Kachuk. Martin Schindler leads Scott Williams 2-1. It's a better level from Scott Williams than we saw from him earlier against Aaron Monk, I believe it was. Alan Smith-Neal's taking the apron against Jose de Souza, who yet again is averaging in the mid-70s. It wasn't too convincing a performance from Jose de Souza in round 1. A 6-2 win over Danny Anson, averaging 82. He is the big hope for Portugal this week, isn't he? Dom Taylor beat Stefan Belmont 6-5. Yeah, Jose de Souza will play over Luis Amexa. One that we haven't seen before, as far as I'm aware. Switzerland, Belmont and Walpen. That's Belmont out today as well. Have a lot of the players who played the Dev Tour over the weekend lost already and are out. Let's have a look, shall we? Evans is too old. Van Veen lost opening round. Slevin lost 6-1 to Damon Hetto, average 103. Did Ruprecht play at the weekend? 6-3 loss to Peter Wright. I believe. Doesn't look too promising. Louis Williams, he's out 6-5. Owen Bates lost 6-5. I think Josh Rock's too old now. Or he's too highly ranked, sorry. King Barry. Roloff's lost, he did. Gerwin Price beats Mervyn King 6-1. Just a 90 average for Gerwin Price, and that was exactly what we were talking about earlier on, there was a comment about the fact we're seeing these 110 pluses from Gerwyn Price just that little bit more frequently. The issue is he's backing them up with 90s. But safely progresses through with a 6-1 victory over Mervyn King, who only averaged 72 in that encounter. Van der Velde and Gaulas did win their first matches, though. No, Gaulas is playing his first match right now. It's 4 each with Danny Lauby. Price is not happy with King about something. I'll have to. This is where I need your input, because obviously I've got all 4 on, but I can't hear anything. King was a disgrace. People talk about heat what they want, but that's so poor from invisibly putting off pressure, constant muttering. It was audible on the stream. Interesting. Salza gets on back against Adam Smith-Neal. Josh Rock takes over against Callum Goffin. Karol Sedlacek's fought back against Andrew Gilding, trailing just 4-3 now. Danny Noppert, the fight back for him is on. Since I said penny for Van Gerwen's thoughts. Now 5-4 behind to Joe Murner, leaves 170 after just 9 darts. Dave Chisnall is underway in his last 64 game against Conan Whitehead, the first winner of MODUS Super Series Champions Week. What's up with Peter Wright in this game? More like what's up with Peter Wright, full stop. He trails Stephen Burton 4-0, averaging just 89. It wasn't that impressive in his first round win either. I'm not sure if he's tinkering. I'm not sure how much practice he's put in. But if Team Scotland are going to lift the World Cup again, he's going to have to play a lot better than he is right now. Alan Sherrick seems to have had a good day at the MODUS Super Series after winning again. Did she win her last game? Noppert Mernon, 5 apiece. That one. She finished 3 wins from 5. Lost the last game 4-0 to Joey Ten Berg. That would have put her on 8 points. Beat Ron Meulenkamp 4-1. Beat John Brown 4-2. Lost to Barry Vampire 4-3. Beat Jim Long in today's opener 4-3. Steady day from Fallon Sherrick indeed. Danny Noppert completes the comeback 6-5 against Joe Mernon. A bit of fight from the freeze. Danny Lauby defeats Adam Gaulas 6-5. It's a 6-0 win for Stephen Burton over Peter Wright. Neil Zonneveld, a 6-4 winner over Cam Crabtree, another who would have played the Dev Tour over the weekend. looks like this week is getting to them a little bit. I mean, I see no objection to moving that next featured game as it stands, but if a better offer comes up, then I will take it in a moment. However, I'm just going to run a quick little ad break, and we'll be back on the other side of this one.
Board 1, Joe Taylor, Gareth Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Spot new things in that ad every single time. A cheeky little appearance from Dave Prins, I believe. That was for the ADC promo. If you're a dart player looking for somewhere to play, check out the ADC, especially in the UK and now branching into Europe. The vault system just continues to grow. Remember, if you win one of those national or regional events, you will book yourself a spot at the MODUS Super Series. Check out ADC on social media and ADC Europe. They have 2 separate pages now. Go and follow both of those. Back to Pro Tour action today. Marcus Smith is 2 apiece of Andy Bolton. That's on streaming board 1. Razma against Sagansky on streaming board 2. We've just lost Peter Wright on streaming board 4. And on streaming board 3, it will be Gabriel Clement against Tony Martinez. Again, 2 World Cup players doing battle. James says Netherlands to win the World Cup. Sam says not how Noppert's playing currently. Big fight back there, Sam. Let's not write him off just yet. Boaz says I can see Canada making a good run at the World Cup. I think a lot of people can. However, neither played very well today. Both out in the opening round, Matt Campbell and Jeff Smith. Both without a whimper, really. Let's just double check what the results were. Matt Campbell lost 6-1 to Karol Sedlacek, averaging just 82. Jeff Smith a 6-3 defeat to the impressive, so far, Mike Decker. Made a Pro Tour final earlier this season. Bear with me, I'm just popping my other laptop on charge. Hopefully, folks, we're just a couple of minutes away from this being a 2-person stream. I don't know if he'll be watching yet. I hope not. However, you might kill me for this as well. Today is none other than Mr. Phil Barrs' birthday. And he didn't tell any of us. Kept it a secret. So when Phil does arrive, I'll fire in the chat room. Happy birthday, Phils. Send him some love. And if you really want to wind up as well, just make up an age that is clearly wrong. You know, starting with a 5 or something funny. Oh, an excellent point, Sam. Bear with. Fire away. Need a bars alarm now, just when he says something stupid on a Monday night. However, he will be here shortly. Yeah, I can see a couple of surprises at the World Cup. Look, I know we're sat here today and it is World Cup week. A lot of our show tonight will be based around the World Cup, so I don't want to keep saying too much. As ever, I do have a few comments to make on some issues. Is Michael Smith playing well? I'm a huge Michael Smith fan. It's 4-2 up against Andy Bolton, averaging 100. I'd say he's playing all right. Dimitri takes the opening leg against Roy van der Grin. It is an early exit, or early enough, second round exit for Jose de Souza. 6-3 lost to Adam Smith and Neil. Chili's in. How we doing, mate? Did many markers travel over? I've seen they're rotating the stream markers. Daniela and a couple of the other lads. Living the dream. I know all the markers was from Germany. Interesting. I know they've struggled in the past to get 16 in Germany, haven't they? So did not expect Gilding to get out this early. Did Gilding just lose? Wasn't he flying? We lost 6-5 to Karol Sedlacek. He led that one 4-1, didn't he? (3-1), 4-2. Then was 5-4 down. Big fight back from Evil Charlie. Gary Penn. I miss Monday. No, you don't miss Monday night Premier League chats. What are you lying for? Nobody misses the Premier League, and it's only been gone a week. 2 weeks. Well, that's a bit different. Barney was not playing very well earlier, I think. Dark Connects is 2-0 up. That's the treble 20, treble 13, double 16 indeed. Yeah, 131. Gets him back to 100 average. There's no such thing as Mighty City, John. There'll be more people on the bus than there will be watching it. Soups takes the opener against Roby John Rodriguez. Christian Perez back in action. He's about to take on Jamie Hughes. In fact, guys, if you're all still here, let me know, and I'll put it up as a feature game so we can watch score by score. Christian Perez once again. Why not? The man currently has a 100% record as a PDC Tour card holder. I do miss the Premier League chat to give me a window in the show to watch up. Lee Evans missed 5 match starts and Dirk van Dijvenbode levels up. Mike Tedeka is currently averaging 111 as he leads Mickey Mansell 5-1. Damon Heta 101 average for the Heat, 5-0 up on Richie Burnett. Didn't even see that game start. James Wade, 3-0 lead over Darius Labanauskas. Perez takes open a 15-dart leg against Jamie Hughes. Van den Berg now 3-0 up on Roy van der Grint. Do you think we'll see MVG and RVB as a pair again at the World Cup? No. I don't think Barney will get high enough in the rankings. And they changed the rules a couple of years ago, didn't they? Back to it being based on rankings. We've seen a couple step aside in the past. Gary Anderson stepped aside so that Hendo can try and defend it with Peter Wright. We've seen Yellow Klassen step aside. But I think there's too many Dutchmen now ranked ahead of Barney to get that shot. Any news on visas for Perez and Cadby? Presume they're still being processed. Not sure how differently timed they were to being applied for. The PDC have sent in all the access they need, etc. But yeah, they're still under process. Perez is playing here because it's in Germany. He's in the World Cup later this week as well. So he's got a guaranteed prize fund just for traveling this week. Can be still a bit extreme to travel just for 2 days into Germany. Obviously, we're at ET10 already in the year now. What's this? Players' Championship 13. You're going to do a lot of work in year 2 if/when those visas are approved. Will Cabby play in Wollongong? They haven't announced the Australian lineup yet, as far as I know. But he is a tour card holder. Ed Salazini says, let's go Perez. I'm from the Philippines. Good to have you, buddy. Smith and Price final today. It'll be good. Are they in the same half? Michael Smith on board for... No, they are in opposite halves of the draw. That is possible. Perez now 2-0 up on Jamie Hughes. Will I be going over to the World Series? I will not, John. I'd love to do Amsterdam again. I did the Dutch one last year at the Ziggo Dome. Phil went to the finals at the AFAS. When's Phil joining? Good question. Am I boring you, Matthew? Upset from Perez. I mean, he's 2-0 up. I wouldn't say it's an upset over Jamie Hughes either. Josh Rock, a 6-5 win over Callum Goffin. Mike Dedecker still averaging 102. That was 111 a couple of legs ago. 5-3 up on Mickey Mansell. Chris Dobie 1 up on Christian Kist. Will Phil be drinking Pepsi Max today? Depends what he took with him. Wouldn't surprise me if the delay for him is he's popped to the shop in Portsmouth to get himself some supplies for the afternoon. Gabriel Clemens is a 6-1 win over Tony Martinez. Damon Heta 6-2 over Richie Bennett. Gary Anderson 3-0 up on Gert Nenchez. Just a 22 points difference in the averages in that one. Wade continues to lead Labanauskas. This 89 doesn't go. It really might be trouble time for Darius. It does, though. That's 3-2. Scott Waits 4-3 up on Steve Beaton. Dimitri Vandenberg now 4-0 to the good. Suits 3-0 up on Roby John Rodriguez. Average has dropped, of course. Kim Hybrex, Keegan Brown underway. Do we know who Price and Smith are playing next round? Not yet, we don't. Gerwin Price will play the winner of Madars Razma or Radek Sagansky. Michael Smith will play the winner of Kim Hybrex or Keegan Brown. All of those matches will be streamed for you. If you have PDC TV. Yeah, Matthew, I see it. I put an orange top on to try and replicate Phil's hair. I thought that might be enough. Perez did beat Rob Cross. Yep, 6-5. Home from school? It's 20 past 2. But hello, Maisie. How are you? Hope you had a good day in the classroom. Nathan Rafferty's taking the opener against Willie O'Connor. Pardon me. Perez reaches the 4th round today. He's already getting up to Labra, the worst new tour card holder at this moment, with only one Players' Championship played. Who's going to bet against him right now? De Decker, a 6-4 winner over Mickey Mansell. Superb performance from the Belgian. Chris Dobie leads Christian Kiss 2-1. I have decided that we're going back to the traditional view. Finishes at 2. Sheesh. Because I'm missing games starting, let alone finishing. Yeah, I mean, the Asian Tour returning this year is absolutely massive. The one he didn't attend, I don't think any of the Filipino players made the journey to Mongolia. One of those was won by none other than Paul Lim, though. Scott Waite, 6-3 winner over Steve Beaton. He will not be staying alive. This looks Barney of old right now. It looks Barney of retirement year, sulking about a little. Does look warm. Don't know what you mean, John. Just flying about in it. There's 1-2-1 checkout. 4-0 up, flying. 160 will be a lovely checkout for Wadey if it goes. As Vandenberg does the defeat Roy van der Grint, board 14. Seems to be caught up a little bit now. That's a 64 game already done. That'll get us back on track just a little bit. Where's board 5, was it? Was it 4 or 5 that was slow earlier? Wade's new walk-on song. Has he got a new walk-on song? When was the last time James Wade did a walk-on? Gary Anderson denied a bagel victory by Gert Nenches, 5-1 in that one. Connor Scott still playing. He won both of his opening round games. He won first round and second round game, dropping just one leg on the way. Beat Keane Barry 6-0. And it was a 6-1 win over Ross Smith. I'm like big butts and I cannot lie. Really? Are you lot having me on? Do I know Scott Waite still does the carpentry job? Really been disappointed in his lack of progress in switching from the BDO circuit. It's like a middle of the road Premier League team. No. Yeah. Look, I understand why Scott didn't make the switch. The only BDO representative to go and win the Grand Slam. I think he would have made a sizable impact at that point as well. He was playing some really good darts. Went to another final, didn't he, as well? In that tournament. So I don't know if he still does it. I've worked with him in an exhibition once, but I never asked him. But yeah, he is a player I thought would make a bigger splash. Gary Anderson, a 6-1 winner over Gert Nenches. Wade Lamanauskas, 4 apiece. Interesting battle, this one. Petretsko, seeded Ricardo Petretsko here at the Pro Tour. 2-1 winner, 2-1 leader so far, by the way, over Jurgen van der Velde. Waits quit work in 2020 after getting his tour card. Interesting. He only earned 26,000 last year of ranking money. And that was after going back to Q school. So he clearly didn't do an awful lot in the 2 years before that either. I can see some movement.
Greetings.
Hello, Philip.
How are we doing?
All good. How are you?
Marvellous.
First things first. Happy birthday, good sir.
Thank you very much.
You kept that very quiet.
You know, that's what I do. It's what happens when you get old.
No comment.
I
Very quiet, by the way.
love you. 41.
Wait.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, you can come more often.
34? Who said that?
Some famous person.
We may have a gate crasher on the stream.
Hello, Miss Sherrick.
You're welcome. Hello.
What played today?
I had bits and bobs.
Just finding your way back in.
Finding my way back in. Week's prep. All good.
Is it warm there?
Sweating.
Yeah, it's baking in it.
Just horrible everywhere.
And to be fair, the amount of equipment we've got running, the heat off of that's insane as well.
Yeah.
I actually think I'm going to get a tan. Every time I play on I'm going to get a tan from the lights.
Hope everyone is good in the chat room. Thank you very much. As well. Sam says, hi, Fallon.
Hi.
Yeah.
I'm expecting it to like be under here.
No, so then we click on it. I can put them all on the screen like that. So we can pick and choose what we want on and what we don't.
Nice.
Yeah, so if anyone says anything stupid, we just ignore it.
Yeah, but you've seen it. I see.
Yeah.
Right.
So no. I missed anything good today so far?
Gezzy's first round.
I had a brief look. Didn't he average 113 or something?
He did. Dedeca's second round wasn't too shabby. 103 in the end from him. That was 111 at 5-1 up. He won 6-4 in the end.
Did Gary win, just out of interest?
Yeah, he's won 2 now.
That's a surprise because
won in the last 64.
He wasn't in the best of moods yesterday because he missed his connecting flight.
His World Cup partner did not win, though. Peter Wright got bashed 6-0 by Stephen Burton.
You sound surprised. I forgot trying to...
Shocked. We've seen quite a few World Cup players fall, actually. Keane Barry, 6-0 loss to Connor Scott.
Connor played really well in his first round game, didn't he? Averaged a ton.
Smith 6-1 and then Keane Barry 6-0. He's dropped one leg so far today. Roby John Rodriguez is out. He lost 6-2 to Alan Suter. De Souza's out. He lost 6-3 to Adam Smith-Neal. Razmir is out. He lost 6-3 to Sagansky, who I'm still convinced is the most informed Polish player of the three right now and is not playing later this week. Ratajski lost 6-0 to Thibaut Tricol, who is playing today, but Labra is not playing these two events despite being the tour card holder of the two. Christian Perez on debut beat Rob Cross.
I saw that. Played okay as well, which was good.
Yeah, and has just beaten Jamie Hughes 6-1. A lot of fans from Philippines in watching as well.
Nice.
Good to have them all here. A lot of the Dev Tour players that played this weekend are long gone. And it's been not too pretty either. Slevin beat 6-1. Van Veen lost 6-5 to Tricol. Crabtree lost 6-4 to Zonneveld. Owen Roloff 6-2 to Gert Nenches. 89 played 79. Aaron Monk 6-0 loss to Scott Williams, averaging just 70.
Sorry, I didn't laugh, Aaron.
Reprecht 6-3 loss to Peter Wright, averaging just 78. What other youngsters do we have in there? Josh Rock's going okay. Rusty Jake lost 6-1 first round. Damian Mole lost 6-2 to Keegan Brown. Bradley Brooks lost to Kim Hybrex, who averaged just 89. Gaulas lost first round to Danny Lauby. Owen Bates lost first round to David Chisnell.
Is that the danger, though, the fact they've played all weekend?
The 5 events in 3 days so far in this heat, yeah. Dobie's just beating Christian Kiss 6-4 as a 6-2 win for Willie O'Connor over Nathan Rafferty.
That surprised me because Dobie flew halfway around the world yesterday to play. So either he's not been to bed or he is running on caffeine.
We do need a new feature game. Thibaut Tricol against Scott Waits, anyone?
That'll do. Right, now I've got to set me stream boards up.
I'll do like that. So Price versus Sagansky will be on streaming board 2 shortly. Keegan Brown is 5-2 up on Kim Hybrex. Adam Warner 3-2 down to Danny Lauby. Lauby's just broken the Warner throw. Barney's starting to find his form. 2-11 darters in his last 3 legs in his second match. Yeah, he'll be back on in a moment.
Have you had a look at Adam Warner's new darts?
No, because he's on an outside streaming board.
Right, okay.
You can't get close enough to them.
Right, okay, fairs. Right, I think I'm all set up, ready to go now. I've got stream boards up and going. Kezzy's reverted back to the old shirt, so he must have be low on stock.
When 4 goes live, tell me if you think 3 is really zoomed out compared to 4, or if it's just the way I've got them set up on my laptop.
Right, okay. We'll cast
Keegan Brown beats Kim Hybrecht 6-2. Connor Scott leads Mike DeDecker 2-0. 15 legs played so far today, 14 legs won.
I tell you what is noticeable straight away, especially from Streamboard 2, because they're in Germany.
It looks so much more saturated, doesn't it?
The white and the green are like ping.
Yeah. Whether that's the lighting or they just put the brightness or the saturation that little bit too high.
Yeah. Keegan Brown victorious on the Streamboard 1, beating Kim Hybrecht 6-2. Averaging
16 legs played, 15 legs won. He's now averaging 100 over Mike DeDecker 3-0.
He's got used to being a PDC player all of the last, didn't he? This is the kind of stuff that we saw at the Super Series.
Mm-hmm.
Cheers, Jack. Thank you very much. So, yes, overall, not bad indeed. Obviously, Fallon's here as well. Looking to get back on the Pro Tour at some point?
Hopefully.
Oh, you played all right.
I get what you mean about the board free, though.
Yeah.
Is it board free? They're not zooming in?
Yeah, well, those two will always be different to those two because they're like the feature board, so they've got like special cameras. That's just got one camera on it.
It is. Well, I'm not a tech person.
Yeah.
Barney is a 4-time World Cup winner. He's a 4-time pairs world champion if you listen to him try and justify his Premier League spots in the last 5 years.
Do you remember when that line came out? It was like, well, everyone, all 10 have won a TV title this year.
Some serious justifying going on.
Yeah. Bob, I've seen the video of Johnny hitting a 9.
Connor Scott, 17 legs played, 16 legs won. Flying. So Michael Smith against Keegan Brown will be on streaming board 1 next. Adam Smith-Neal will take on Chris Dobie. Lee Evans against Willie O'Connor. Noppy against Wade.
Cool, that's going to take some time.
It's also, there's still a few 64 games going on right now. But it is one of the only occurrences where both seeds have made it to the board final.
Interesting. Who's meant to be on Streamboard 4 in a minute?
You need to press the magic button. Burton Barneveld.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well,
but that man's probably in an ice bath somewhere because he looks warm.
What, Barney looks like a bit of a sweaty Betty?
Yes. And he's played a match more than Mervyn King, who was in a lot of trouble when he lost to Gerwyn Price.
Yeah, I can imagine. Merv King sweats in winter.
Mm-hmm.
Cheers, Jim. Thank you very much. I'm just checking. Yeah, I did upload the alarm in the back end.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah. Christ, we need to tidy up in here. There's clips everywhere.
It's your doing. for Monday night.
My bad.
Yeah. Well, we need to use the folders at the top, don't we? We need to change the branding and just dump it in each one.
Yeah, instead of just
But then if one,
instead of just randomly dumping in it.
Chili says, "What have I bought you for your birthday?" Do you want to know, John? I called him a dickhead in the WhatsApp this morning because he didn't even tell anybody. Him and Jar were arguing over something. I was like, "Oi, you dickhead." Jar replied first. I was like, "Not you." Phil then fires 2 question marks instead of 1. I was like, "Yes, you." What haven't you told us? Nothing. Shut up.
That's what Facebook's for. It tells you when everyone's birthday is.
How do you think I found out? Saw some 26 people have posted on your wall.
No, Johnny's not playing today. He's had the weekend off, or not off. He's been over in Ireland doing his thing.
So it's about half the tour.
Guaranteed wedge, isn't it? Instead of going there potentially nil pois, go to Ireland and get some cash. Did anyone else drop out? Were there any more replacements from the original lineup this morning, or was it
Jim Williams dropped out?
Shock.
Henderson dropped out as one of the initial back in. One more. Can't remember who else it was now.
Well, John's flight got cancelled, didn't it? So he's a little bit unlucky, and they couldn't get him another one to get there in time.
Mm-hmm.
But where's Jim Williams' head at right now?
I don't know.
A month ago, he was on the verge of qualifying for the match play, then misses a load of tournaments, drops out after 1, and then hasn't gone here.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me you don't want to be a professional dart player without telling me you don't want to be one.
Connor Scott has played 19 legs today, and he's won 18 of them. He's into the last 16.
He is flying.
That's unbelievable. He's taken out Ross Smith, Mike DeDecker, and Keane Barry.
Speaking of flying, look, Gathering Price is averaging 107.5. Sadansky is with him, averaging 103 and change, yet Sadansky is not going to be at the World Cup.
Honestly, that World Cup race needed to be a week longer for Team Poland.
Yeah.
Because he didn't miss out by much.
That's the point. Are we going to start getting some hallowed dark greens on the match play race?
$2,500 he missed out by.
Yeah.
We should do. Josh Rock should be by now. $49,000 maximum from here.
Well, the top of the match play order of merit is taking an absolute battering. It's only Josh Rock out of the top 6 that's left in.
Mm-hmm. Well, Hybrex made it around, but Dolan and Whitlock falling early as well. Just opens the door for O'Connor. Razma losing second round. Petretsko seeded for the first time, I believe. He's in the 32 seed today. And then it would take something special from Suits or Woodhouse to break that today. That early win for Scott over Ross Smith did James Wade a massive favour as well.
So we've got these event today, event tomorrow, then the Euro Tour 2 weeks' time in Trier. That's it. That's the cut-off for the match play.
Okay, so if you don't qualify for that Euro Tour, it's
just yeah. So like Gary's not at the Euro Tour, so he needs to rack up the cash today and tomorrow. Gary and Temp should be okay. The fact he's still winning.
Is he not in Trier? I thought that was one of the easy ones.
No, Trier's a bitch to get to.
Didn't even try.
I was chatting to Murph and Webby about it, and they just both said it's a bitch to get to.
Yeah. Suter leads Sedlacek. Scott Waite leads Thibaut Tricot. Luke Woodhouse is 3-0 up on Nick Kenny. I said he'd have to do something decent. Danny Lauby, Adam Warner just seem to be breaking each other's throw back and forth at the minute.
So yeah, they're all doomed. So looking at it, this is a huge opportunity for Barney because if he wins, oh wait a minute. Speaking of which,
Press the button.
right, Fallon's just said, "Oh my God, you've got an alarm." So
I actually feel embarrassed for you.
So the story was when he went back to Q school, there was so many Barney fans wanting to know when he was playing. And to start with, we were taking the piss. We went, let's do a Barney alarm, just fucking around.
Yeah.
Then he won his card back, and our first Pro Tour stream back, we didn't play it. And everyone in the chat room started kicking off saying, where's the Barney alarm? So we've had to play it ever since.
That's hilarious.
We've tried to mix it up. We've tried to think of new people, but they want Barney.
Well, you laugh because we do this for the women's series as well, as you know, because when you're messaging me to find out how you're getting on and what you need to do, people were like, can we have the Sherrick siren and things like that as well? So you're getting a real insight now, the things that happen behind the scenes when normally you're playing. But yeah, if Barney wins here, he overtakes Beaton, and yeah, you are right, board 4 is way more zoomed in than board 3.
The board and the camera of the players.
Yeah. And whoever's lit it looks unreal because Stephen Burton, literally the light's shining off his head.
That's why I can tell you Barney looked hot.
I was going to say, put Barney on it. It looks like a lighthouse.
Get that 4K on. You can see the individual beads of sweat.
You can see that hair transplant.
Pay for that sofa somehow. Danny Lauby, Adam Warner now 5 apiece. Luke Woodhouse currently leads Nick Kenny 3-1. That should round out our 64 matches. In the 32, Barney did take the opener against Stephen Burton. Chris Dobie, a 13 dart leg to take the opener against Adam Smith-Neal. Willie O'Connor leads Lee Evans 1-0. Sedlacek, Alan Suter 2 apiece. Gary Anderson averaging 105 is 3-1 up on Scott Williams. Scott Waite averaging 93 is a 4-2 leader over Thibaut Tricol. And Gerwin Price from 3-2 down. Now leads Sagansky 4-3.
Interesting. Sam says Beaton in the Decker are also not at ET10. So they won't add to their tally. So, yeah, Barney could overtake him. And then Steve Beaton is facing an anxious wait. We'll have to add money to the tally tomorrow.
I'm a bit annoyed that the cutoff is a Euro Tour, not a Pro Tour.
I don't get why they put those 2 Pro Tours the week before the match play and not included them for the race. That makes no sense. Yeah. None at all. And as well, how is Jose 5th on the Pro Tour Order of Merit?
Is he?
Jose de Souza is 5th on the match play one, sorry. But he doesn't win any games. Where's he clocked that from?
Oh, because he's 37th overall, then, ain't he? Like,
let's be fair. If you're one of the seeds, Jose's one of the draws that you want.
Vandenberg and Wade are the only 2 from the top 16 that have won less than him.
Yeah. So anyway, with your head on that likes to play safe on this race for the match play chat room, and also tell him he's wrong. How far down are you going on this 16? Are you saying safe?
Gary.
Oh, so you're actually saying Gary's now safe?
Yeah.
I think Gurney's safe as well.
Probably, what is that? 12. 8 grand would be a runners up. Do I think that combination are going to do it? I mean, the absence of the big boys is key this weekend. Look, Gezzy's still here, but if he wins today, will he clear off and just take a day off ahead of Thursday? Well, I don't know what Gezzy's going to do because he doesn't play Thursday, does he? He doesn't play until what? Friday night? Was it Saturday?
Saturday.
Thursday night session, Friday night session, Saturday day session, Seeds enter Saturday night?
Well, no, Seeds enter Saturday, but let's be fair, Wales aren't going to be on in the afternoon session.
No.
So he won't play till Saturday night. So I think regardless of whether he wins, he'll play both, play tomorrow, then get the train to Frankfurt on Wednesday and just chill for a few days.
You think he'll be there for 3 days doing a call? Or do you think he'll go home and fly back in?
Why would you? That's just a ball ache.
If he wins today, 12 grand in his pocket, knows he's playing well, get out of there tonight.
Possibly.
Get back in Friday. That's 4 days at home.
If he goes home tonight, then fair enough. But if he plays tomorrow, it makes no sense to go home. Is the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh, Jar says it was 2019 when they did that as well. Jamie Hughes got into the match play after winning in Prague. That was the hottest Euro Tour ever.
That was literally when Merv King almost died, wasn't it? He collapsed after coming off stage.
And he went deep that weekend as well. Like, Merv, stop winning, mate. It's not good for your health.
Yeah. But also, wasn't that the worst tournament for boards, for Bandsats, because they were all just drying out like concrete?
I think so. Luke Woodhouse 1 away from wrapping up the last 64, 5-1 leader over Nick Kenny.
How are we doing, Jar? I hope you are good.
32 results. Nope, just Connor Scott so far.
To be fair, it must have been a bit of a sprint for Tebow to get there, because obviously he was still in the UK until the weekend.
Yeah.
Interesting. The Decker is at risk. If he's not at ET10, then he is, yeah.
Especially after losing today. He's still playing all right, but swept aside by Connor Scott.
To be fair, that's been Mike all over. He's played well and not won games.
Yeah. Made a final this year, hasn't he? But Barney now 3-1 up on Stephen Burton, takes out 130 on the ball. He is currently using a see-through flight and stem combination, but they look to be spinning in the air as they hit the board. So I don't think it's the Condor Axe system. Someone said it might be Target 8, but I didn't think they had a see-through version.
Yeah, I don't think they have either. I think that's a new back end.
Yeah. Going price to feature Alex Sagansky 6-4.
Yeah. So it looks like Jar will be happy that the Eye of the Tiger will ring out at the Winter Gardens once again.
He could well be the Saturday night as well. Look, it starts on Saturday.
Saturday night, and MVG will play Saturday night because he's defending champ.
Barney as well?
They could draw each other yet.
Yeah.
Scott Williams has leveled up against Gary Anderson 4 apiece. The Anderson average has dropped and the Williams average has gone up.
They don't all need to get 6K, Jar. One needs to get 6K. One needs to get 3. One needs to get 2.5.
Ashley, how are we doing? The Pro Tour is the bread and butter for the players. These are the floor events, 30 of them. Is it 30 or 32?
Pass.
I think it's 30 Pro Tours a year.
13 Euro Tours.
13 Euro Tours. These are the events they play in to qualify for all the TV stuff.
20 challenge. No, 24 challenge, 24 dev. How many women's this year? That's gone up. Is that 24? 20.
4 weekends for a weekend.
Next ones are in Germany, aren't they?
I don't know, are they? You going to Germany next?
Next week.
The last one before the match play. They've done it so that everybody travels.
Yeah.
All right.
They're not stupid because last time no one went, did they?
No.
So now, if you want to be in the match play, you've got to travel. They're not silly.
I know, right? I got away with it last year.
Mind you, it was the German ones that almost screwed you over, remember? Because you
The
were.
thing is, I actually wanted to go to the German ones.
I know you wanted to go to the German ones. Because remember, I had to cut bits out of the interview because we weren't allowed to publish it. When you went on a rant. You don't do it very often, but I like it when you do.
No, because I think I knew it was going to be really close. Like,
To be fair, you said before a dart was thrown, I want to go and play.
Yeah, just because it was going to be close. Not because I didn't want to be in New Zealand. I wanted to play in New Zealand, but I wanted to do both, and I couldn't do both, so I had to pick one or the other.
Tommy asked who we're talking to. She doesn't want to be on camera, but Fallon is here with us.
Oh! Hello.
What have you done?
So we get for moving the camera around.
Are you in the commentary room instead of the office upstairs?
Yeah, because that's where all my laptop and that was set up.
Doing comments as we speak.
Yeah.
There's a fan.
To be fair, if Fallon wins Group A, we're going to get her to do comms one night just for a laugh.
Oh, right. Excellent.
Is Perez still playing? Yeah, Perez is playing well.
Yeah.
Or was.
When's he back on? Because I'm itching to get him as a feature game and watch the viewers. Where he gone?
Anyone would think that's what we do.
No.
Honestly, we didn't do it at Q School, did we?
What?
Never.
We know there's certain players, when we put them as a feature game, numbers rocket. And I'm not going to lie, whenever you were at Q School, you were our feature game.
You're just trying to get the numbers up, isn't you?
See, you know how it works.
Show me the money.
Well, I get commission every time you put me on it,
But she's learned, isn't she? She's driving the bargains now as well.
Three guesses which management company you work with. We have Heta versus Mario Vanden Bogarde or Dimitri Nilsonov warming up, or we can put Dave Chisnell, Ricardo Pietreczko on. That's an important one in the race for the match play.
Yeah, because
Pietreczko's on the chase.
However, if he qualifies for the match play, he's going to have to change his shirt because that's never getting around copyright rules. He's got a great big Pikachu on the side of his shirt. It's like, there's no way they're going to let that live on TV.
I'm well jealous he's got Pikachu. I want Pikachu.
I don't think he asked for permission, and
I think he just put on his shirt.
Knowledge,
I actually tried
Nintendo are not too kind on it.
They turned around to me and said no. I was like, oh god, I should really try now.
See, there you go. Fallon's asked for permission to have Pikachu on her shirt, and they've said no. So he's got no chance.
They don't take too kindly to that emblem being used from memory. Gary Anderson's a winner, 6-4 over Scott Williams.
I'll tell you, it's a surprise as well on stream board one that Keegan Brown is absolutely sweating as well, but Michael Smith looks all right.
I don't think I've ever seen Smith sweat.
Oh, I have. There was one tournament, I can't remember what it was. He was running late, he overslept and was almost going to get timed out.
The guest for tonight's show is Neil Duff.
Yep.
WDF World Champion.
No doubt it will remind me of that on the show.
I hope so. You can do with the views.
yeah, but you know I'm going to argue back. This is the night we get cancelled.
You get cancelled. Happy birthday, mate. See you later. It's my show now.
3 months or something before the Worlds, they refused to give me.
Wow, that's unreal. Fallon's just got the email up from the Pokemon people. It's like literally no.
No, you can't do it.
So yeah, when Ricardo qualifies for TV tournaments, expect a new shirt or a lawsuit, one or the other. Is this to see who qualifies for Blackpool? Not completely, Ashley, but the ranking points do go towards Blackpool. So the events left before the cut-off is today, tomorrow, and the Euro Tour in Trier, which is next weekend, I think, or the weekend after.
It's not the same weekend as the seniors, is it?
The women's series is that week, isn't it?
Yes.
This weekend.
True, it is the week after. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the 30th of June to the 2nd of July.
Yeah.
The week after that, they're in Warsaw for the Poland Darts Masters. Got some Players' Championships on the Monday, Tuesday. The match play starts on the Saturday. You and Boise will be up there. I will be at the cricket on the piss.
Travelling to Blackpool on the Friday for me. When are you coming up this year to avoid media again?
You are.
When are you coming up to avoid the media like you did last year?
That's the day before, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, but conveniently you were late.
Always late. I'm even late here. So I was supposed to be here at 8:30.
Yeah. So
draw
I
like
think
the match play. So Tria is, when did we just establish Tria was the second?
yeah. So
Just
I
do
think
that Monday night,
the draw for the match play will be Monday, Tuesday.
and then we'll get an order of play by the end of the week. Well, no, because they got the Poland draw to do that week as well.
Poland draw's probably already done. I mean,
Leave the cynicism at the door. Who's Perez playing next?
Right.
Luke Woodhouse.
Why is he sitting there advertising them bottles behind him? Was he trying to be cool or so? I can get them, and I don't have to pay for a bottle.
Oh, you're getting absolutely rinsed, Gob.
Hey, I'm young enough to still watch YouTube.
I thought there was like it's literally just
It's
sat
in
there.
the order,
It's
isn't
literally
there?
just sat there. Don't move your head over it, or anything. I'm trying to get some advertisement out of it.
Go on, KSI, come and have a look.
Anything for a fiver.
Actually did. Got it on here.
Did you screenshot it as
No,
well?
I didn't screenshot it, but it comes up and I see it, and I was like, oh, damn! It was like a year later, and I see it. I was like, no, I responded.
Probably a bit late, but Peter Wright playing the way he is not the best Scotland player at the moment. He's never going to step aside. Even though he's not playing well, he's probably still their second best player.
Yeah, Suits has been a bit hit and miss. Hendo's not even a tour card holder.
When Cammy's good, he's very good, but there's no B game. It's either A or C.
Yeah, I wouldn't look right either while you're making those sort of comments.
I'm not lying, that am I? Oh my, Dave Chisnell! It's a 9.
Don't worry, he's getting eyes in the corner of his head.
I just caught the 141 come up as we spoke.
How was this thing? It's on screen.
Oh my!
Fucking featured game.
Love that.
Barney beats Burton 6-4. George Killington 6-0 win over Josh Rock.
But I know you give me daggers, but I'm not lying. Cammy's A game is very good, but it's all or nothing, isn't it?
His A game's like
immense.
up there.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, up there, like literally. I reckon, like if he played his A game, he could literally compete, if not be the best.
Yeah.
But he's literally. I don't even think it's his B game or C game or anything like that. I just think if he focused and actually sat there and ignored everything and just put 100% and just kind of, like tunnel vision.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree.
A game would come out more.
Yeah, no, I agree. Instead of
And
trying
I can't say anything. My C game, B game is all right. It's not even that good. It's just I need an A game.
I'm fuming.
To be fair, we had the 9 threatened a few times here today.
I hit one against one. Very nearly hit one against me.
Yeah, but Barry went 6 deep twice and Jim Long went 7 deep.
7?
Yeah.
Quite happy to do that with Beelan. just hit 161. when he did the 161, he's like obviously come 19s first. Like I said to him in the practice room, I was still counting. Like when he's at the treble 19 and then going to treble 18, I'm still counting. I'm going, what was that need? And then obviously I've looked and he's hit ball. I was like, oh, I must leave ball. I'm expecting him to go like treble 20, like all of that. And I was like, no.
Mind you, not as bad as Barry Van Peer's way for 124. Did you see that today? Done it 3 times.
I don't like that.
Did he go 14s or 11s first?
Treble 14 tops.
Yeah, strange. Michael Smith just won 6-1 against Keegan Brown. I saw that one. Do you know what? Dart Connect needs to make more of an issue out of a 9-darter, I've decided.
What do you want, a great big flashing beacon?
Yeah. You know, like the Chalkmaster things that you get in the pubs, like the proper old, just like box scoreboards that you get like a keypad on either side.
When you type it in, it makes that horrible tune.
Yeah, like when you type in a 180, it beeps at you. If you fire in a 9-darter, it makes a different sound.
Just alert us, everyone.
Yeah, just to let everyone know in the building, I've just hit a 9.
Yeah, Dart Connect needs to do that.
Lauby's making a very... Look, Danny Lauby can play. Danny Lauby's a more than capable player. Where am I? I am at the Super Series building in the commentary room because that's where I've been set up all day.
Look at me, I was on telly.
Look at me, I got Prime. I'm so sad I have to actually come and do it.
Who invited her?
We're doing this tomorrow as well if you want to hang around.
No, I might as well. Nothing else to do.
Should we see if we get some bottles and put them in here as well so we can join the club?
Go to the corner shop, pay £100 for like 5 bottles. Yeah.
Yeah, Big Johnny's got it. Do a 9 and the tablet does a spin like a Catherine wheel.
Yeah.
However, not if Daryl's playing, because if it starts spinning, he'll probably take it off the wall and smash it up again. We are in Germany, remember? Oh, we're not supposed to know that, are we?
You didn't ask Barry.
So, Barry, about these iPads.
Not the iPads. When's the DRA fines list coming out? Or casebook coming out?
It's not. You know this.
It should.
But why would Barry know? It's an independent body, remember?
Yeah, my ass.
See, look, Gob's got Prime, I've got Lucozade.
Alright.
I've got Lucozade. That's what I'm drinking. It's cheaper.
That's what he's filled them bottles with.
I didn't pay for any of them either. I got given all 3 of them.
Are they empty?
These 2 are. That one's still got stuff in it because it's minging.
Oh, I was going to say a day to open it. Waste 30 quid.
Has Rory not asked for the Prime yet?
Yeah, that's what I've turned around and said he's not old enough for energy drinks, and he's just gone, okay then. So I said he's got to wait till he's 16.
Good out. I like that. You've done well there. James says Barney is going to the match play. Yeah, it looks that way now. He was in a little bit of danger after the last batch of Pro Tours when he came up penniless. But now he's up to 13th, 41 grand. According to Jar's calculations, that's enough. I don't think he'll be far off, to be fair. Gary looking to seal the deal. Ross Smith's having a mare at the moment. He's playing well, but can't win a game.
No. Do you know who that is?
It's under here, right? I don't think any of these, without being disrespectful, any of these have really got to worry about. But any of these have got to worry about, barring that one, them 3 here.
Yeah.
I don't think any of them will accumulate enough to guarantee it.
The only one I will say is I think he has the game to go and win one of these.
He hasn't done it.
Yeah, but he the experience. But I think he has the game to do it.
Yes. I think they've all got the game, but it's just some are more
consistent than others.
consistent. Yeah, and like I said, them 3 are more consistent over probably tomorrow if they only need a couple.
Yeah.
We're at the point now where they're going to wait for all the 32s to finish so they can then pick the streams again.
I don't mind. I'm chilling.
You're fine on that.
I'm just chilling.
You can cast your eye over it and give your opinion.
It'll make your viewing go up, wouldn't it?
If we advertised it, Fallon live on stream, you watch the numbers and go mad.
All right. See if they go up. See if they go up. Right, hang on. Glasses, hold on. There we go. That's using the glasses. I can't see.
We'll get Fallon reaction cam and we'll get Perez just as the feature game all day for all our friends in the Philippines.
Not that we're all about the numbers.
I was sitting there reading the comments. I thought the comments would be underneath, but it's not. It's at the side.
Yeah. Who are the players for the Netherlands World Cup? It is MVG and Danny Noppert. If anyone follows Dirk on Instagram, Noppy's higher still.
Oh.
But anyone that follows Dirk on Instagram, I think his knee was all right from his dancing at some rave festival in the Netherlands at the weekend.
So we'd had that question and the standard visas this morning.
Well, this just proves that one, Perez, it literally is a visa issue. I'm not sure why Corey hasn't travelled, because he got into Germany for Q School. No, Danny's still ranked higher than Dirk at the moment. That will change coming up throughout the year because Danny's defending UK Open money at the beginning of next.
Oh, that's nice. Look.
There you go.
Thank you. I can read them all. Trust me, anyhow, I'll tell them.
To be fair, Jim Long said something. We did an interview with Jim Long yesterday. He won the Seniors Open event on Saturday. And I mentioned he was playing you first today. And he's like, yeah, my daughter is obsessed with darts because he watches Fallon all the time.
I know. He was saying it to me in the back room today. I was like, oh, I should have showed you his sharpener. Oh, my God. He literally was like, oh, your points look a bit blunt. I was like, oh, yeah, I need to get them redone. Because, like, one of it, I'll show you them later. Literally, one of them was, like, that big. And one of them was, like literally just, like, shortened. And he put his sharpener out. And I looked at it and I was like, what is that? And he goes, it's a sharpener. I was like, are you sure? And he was like, Duh. Mate, 100% it was not a sharpener. Like, it is a sharpener, but it's not a sharpener. I was like, right, I'll make you a deal. I'll give your little girl a shirt if I can have the sharpener. So I'm going to stop it. And honestly, this shirt, I've got to show you it. It's like, I've never seen it before in my life. I was like, I want it. I've got to have it. It's a novelty thing. It's funny. Like, so funny.
You're going to get your...
It's literally in the top. Like, I'm not kidding you. It's like, it's
You're going to get your darts repointed again before the match play?
Yeah. But I've got 3 different lamps.
Are they going to where I think they're going again?
Yeah.
So we'll see you 2 hands on the board trying to pull them out again. Like I remember when you got them done in Southampton and then you played with them the next day. You were like forcing them out the
I'm
board.
going to try and go this week because Mason wants me to cut his hair. So.
Fair enough.
Have you thought far enough ahead towards the new point changes?
Who, me?
Yeah.
That's a no.
No.
Petretsko defeats the 9-dart hero.
Hang on until they say I can't use them. But I don't think mine ripped the board. I don't sharpen them that much.
Last time I heard that other manufacturers were having meetings to complain about the compliance of points.
Yeah.
Because the tolerance is ridiculously low.
When was the last time an American made the last 16 on a Pro Tour? Has Van Dongen made the last 16 yet?
Baggish, maybe.
Didn't do a lot, but he might have made 1 or 2 runs to the 16.
Yeah. Laura's in as well. John O'Shea's wife and daughter love the darts as well. What's that? There you go.
I couldn't not put Perez up for you lot, could I?
Oh, I'm trying to read it.
Yeah, I'll put it there for you.
Go to school.
I'm honestly that she wouldn't go, and I got a nice video message from Maisie telling her teachers that it's okay to miss a day because I said it was all right.
Oh no!
What a sickie at Q school.
Hey, just give her the phone. She can watch it in school. Watch it while you're doing your work.
Primary school.
That's what I'll do. If I need to watch something or do something, I'll just have it on while I'm doing my haircuts. I'm like, hang on a minute, mate.
Here's one. We'll get Dan on as well. Dan obviously works on our streams as well. Says, has Fallon been pressured into picking a winner yet? Not going to surprise. He's going for Dobie to win. Who are you going to win today's Pro Tour then?
I don't even know who's seeing.
Daniel Albie's still in. He's just beating Gabriel Clement 6-3.
So all these are still in down this side at the moment.
Mate, give me 32 people.
Normally, I have to pick it when there's 128 then.
Left side.
Yeah.
Plus the top 3 games going on.
What you? I don't know, because the thing is, I'm just going by I'm going by the averages.
Yeah.
Because he's clearly averaging like consistent, or you'll get. Don't know. That's not going to carry on.
No.
But I'll decide on the last 8.
I'm not sure about this.
Well,
Yeah.
Fallon shows she's making the rules up as she goes along now.
Right, so I'm just gonna.
Do you want to put it back on?
No.
Oh. I reckon they'll have gone now.
Hopefully.
I think the winner, because they'll be on collision course, will be either Gerwyn Price or Gary Anderson. Interesting one. You probably don't realise this, but have you tinkered with your throw at any point?
What now?
Well, no. Like, I remember when you first started playing at Lakeside, your arm is a lot lower than it used to be, isn't it? Was that a conscious thing that you did, or was that something that just happened over time?
That's what I just throw. Like literally, I've watched it, but don't get me wrong, I've watched it back and I can clearly see that I'm throwing different. But at not any point, I'll tell you what, right? Do you know when I first started and I used to like move my arm like 1, 2 and then throw? The only reason I stopped doing that is because I got lazy. I was like, I can't be asked to do that. So I was like, oh, I'll just try and aim it once and then throw instead of doing like 2 aims and then throw, because it used to hurt my arm. Like, oh,
now
to do this.
This is we analyse throws quite a lot, don't we? And your throw is as good as any at the top, because nothing can mechanically go wrong with it. It's there up and it goes, and the follow through is really good.
Oh, I tried to do it left-handed as well. It doesn't work. Literally, no. I just aim and just throw. Like, I just keep my arm up. I feel like if it goes down, then you're just not going to hit it.
That's
you need
cool.
it up. You need your elbow up. Oh, I should sweat in the drink, but I don't want to go there. I'm going to go in there and see if they can drink.
Yeah, absolutely. Dan would pick Dobie to win X Factor if he was asked.
That had me creasing. Oh no, because he was on a stream board. They're not going to put him back on.
What, Barney Anderson?
Yeah, George Killington against Connor Scott will be streamed. That's going to be on streaming board too. Michael Smith's already been on the streaming board. Barney's already been on a streaming board. Price has already been on a streaming board.
Sometimes, like, you just got to put the best game on, and if that's the best game, it has to go.
Alvy's just come off a streaming board, which means a streaming board game should be Perez or Woodhouse against Sedlacek, Willie O'Connor against Chris Dobie, and there's got to be one more. Two, three, four, five.
Yeah, you need to get down to Waterlooville and get them sorted. For everyone that was
14.
So Fallon can see. God, the difference in size in Fallon's points.
Yeah.
Put it towards the white, and then people won't be able to see. Or
That's right. I mean, he put it big screen so they could see it.
That's really like ridiculous. And they're all like on, all the grips gone off. Try to stay in.
They will be going to Waterlooville soon.
I'll just send them a new set.
What's that?
Do you change sets often, or do you just use the same one?
No, it's just change the points, isn't it?
Tan says I'm picking Dobie to win the next year's X Factor, the Masked Dancer, and the £1,000 on him for a penny. Ed Sell says he's still rooting for Perez. He's 4-1 up. Yeah, your streaming boards will be Killington against Scott. It will be Perez or Woodhouse against Sedlacek.
Yeah, but you're thinking
Willie O'Connor, Chris Dobie, and either Zonneveld or Vandenberg against Hetta or Vandenbergade. No, it'll be the 4 games that weren't streamed previously, and then they'll start again.
Connor Scott's game just getting underway.
All the others are warming up.
I've got them. Normally they put graphics on the stream to tell you who they are.
We don't know yet. They're going to wait and see if it's Dimmy versus Damon to put that on streaming board 1. If not, they'll move one of them outside, I think, and put one of the other 2 games on. They'll put the biggest game on streaming board 1, which if it becomes Dimmy Damon is. If not, I suspect we'll see Willie O'Connor, Chris Dobie on 1. How are Ireland 50-1 for the World Cup?
I kind of get it.
I do, but in a pairs format, I just think it's mad to have.
No singles.
No, it's all pairs.
Pairs.
Yeah.
Who's the pairs for Ireland?
William O'Connor and Keane Barry.
Who's favourite?
That's a good point. I haven't looked.
It has to be England.
Find out in a minute.
Sky don't have an outright yet.
It's all right. I'm on a bookmaker in green and yellow. They'll have it.
Oh, I'm trying red.
Wales are 6-5 favourites. England 7-2. Holland 9-2. Scotland 8-1. Then a huge jump to Germany at 20s.
But who's?
What were yours?
Wales 6-5.
13-8.
England 7-2.
3-1.
Netherlands 9-2.
7-2.
Scotland 8.
Scotland 6. Germany 12. Belgium 20.
So by that, everyone use the one that advertises Ray Winston because they're better odds.
Australia, Poland, Northern Ireland, all better.
Republic of Ireland 66-1 here.
Poland better odds than Republic of Ireland.
No, I've got Poland at 80s.
Got Poland at 40s.
We've got Poland at 80s, Republic of Ireland at 66.
Got Poland 40s, both the Irish at 50s, Austria and Canada at 80s.
I've just looked at that. Canada, if I'm having an outside Canada 80s, Canada's 80s would be the one that I'd take.
They both played crap today, though.
Yeah. But I just think out of all the outsiders, they'd be the most likely.
Hang on. George Killington has taken a leg off Connor Scott. What's going on here? 18 out of 20 today now. 90% of legs won.
Or France at 300s.
Nah. Zonnevel beats Dimitri Vandenberg 6-5. Still waiting on Christian Perez. 5-1 up on Luke Woodhouse. Should be 5-2 looking at this one.
There are some in there.
I don't reckon that one will do any well.
I don't think one of them's playing well enough.
It's not even that. I just think one of them isn't.
Playing well?
No.
Yeah.
What I think. Funny though.
Wales and England, they're in the same half, aren't they?
No.
They're not. Oh, no, sorry. It's Wales and Holland, isn't it?
Wales and Holland, England and Scotland.
It's really hard to look past the Wales-England final right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure the dynamics of the Dutch pairing works at all.
No.
And the fact that Danny called him a cheat a few years ago.
Yeah. Do you think there'll be a doubles 9 darter at the World Cup? Do you know what? It would just justify moving it to all pairs, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I think if it is, it would be Wales.
Yeah. Why is Gary Barney not streamed? Gary not streamed all day. No, but Barney was streamed all day. So the way it breaks down when you reach this stage is that at least half the games will feature somebody that has been streamed. So the other matches go on the streaming boards for this moment, which means we've got Willie O'Connor, Chris Derby on streaming board 3. Zonnevel beat Dimitri. I presume we're going to see Heta on 1. There we go. Heta Zonnevel on 1. And it'll be Perez or Woodhouse against Sedlacek on 4. Gary 2-0 up on Barney. Wade takes the opener against Michael Smith. A couple of people in the chat room said they backed James Wade to win the title today. I thought that was a little bit of a stretch.
Ambitious.
He's not playing well, and he's just got back off holiday.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more, Bob. Press that like button.
Press the like button. Give us a like and a share. Come and say hello in the chat room. You all know by now.
I think Simon and Kyle went back-to-back in a pairs game 1 year.
Just looking at Dobes, I'm not sure he saw too much sun in Vegas. He looks a little bit white still.
Pale. Is a doubles 9 darter harder? I guess so, Tommy, because one of you only... Well, for the second player, it's not. You've got to go and throw a 180 and you're part of a 9 darter. You've got to throw
first.
The first player has got to bang it in to start with, then has the pressure of being the first to do it in a pair, and has had to wait 3 visits before they go again.
The one you'd want in this situation is Wales, because Price goes first, Johnny hits the middle bit, and then Price finishes it off.
Yeah.
The Christian Perez fan club is in.
I think we have to go to this one, don't we?
Yeah. If you see
I
the
mean, it's a
sunny
fair
day.
point from Johnny. This is Perez's first ever Pro Tour appearance, yeah.
Yeah.
And he is yet to lose a match.
To be fair, the
Oscar
Philippines.
has lost more legs in this match than he has all day.
To be fair, the Philippines could be a danger if Alagan plays well.
It's not about Alagan playing well. It's about him keeping his ass out of the shot of the camera. The man has absolutely no concept of where he is on stage.
I reckon there'll be like some like shots in that because obviously it's different playing singles and all that. And if you actually looked at like past years, it was the singles that carried through the country.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
weren't the pairs.
No,
But
agreed.
then obviously the pairs that win, they literally like they play with each other and stuff like that. Because I remember how many times I used to play pairs. You think, oh, you know, you get like Lisa and Trina and you're like dominated, but they wouldn't dominate everything because you'd get like someone else that
They're
you wouldn't
used to
even
playing
expect.
together.
Yeah,
I
and that's what I mean. Like, it could like get some like you might have two dominant people, but if other people have been playing pairs, all they take is a couple of good legs, and they could like.
Yeah. Well,
Be interesting.
it's a bit like tennis as well, isn't it? Because the best singles players don't make the best doubles teams in tennis.
No. Jamie Murray's had far more success playing without Andy Murray than he did playing with. Well, that being said, the Williams sisters are pretty bloody good at pairs. Doubles.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because they probably got brought up with each other, playing it against each other.
Yeah.
So then they like play pairs with each other. So then they've obviously grown up with it.
Interesting one. Sam says, do we think a mixed doubles tournament would work?
Yes.
I'd like it.
Yes.
Who would, if you could pick your partner, Fallon, who would you pick?
No, I don't care. I'll be quite happy, but I don't know.
Are we going countries or
Mm.
open?
No, we'll go like the snooker did, so just top 4 from each.
Right, okay, so you get to pick either
So
Michael,
we go, yeah.
Michael Gezzy, Smithy.
And at the moment, Peter Wright. And it would be Bo, Lisa,
Fallon and McCurry.
Uru.
So what do I get? Third person.
Oh, no, we're saying you can pick it. If you could pick one of the top 4 to play with, who would you pick?
Michael.
Yeah, I think you would work with Michael or Gezzy.
Yeah.
Hang on, there's 2 Michaels.
As in MVG.
Fence sitting again, not picking till the final 8, picking half the field.
Down 50-50. Going some nationality that somewhere might be in my blood, and I'll be like, yeah, I'm this nationality, I'm that nationality. 10% of sand girls.
Jamie says, have you ever played pairs with Cammy anywhere?
Yeah.
How did it go?
We're actually really good pairs partners.
Really?
Yeah. Like, we literally win most of the stuff that we go in.
That's right.
Or we lose in the final.
Cool.
Every time, literally.
Do you tell him what to leave then? Like, make sure you leave this and not that?
Not really, because he's so heavy scoring. I don't have to do anything bar and finish, and my finishing is usually my strong point, so it just kind of works.
Gary Anderson, 71 for a 5-1 lead over Raymond van Barneveld. Oh, he's gone round the houses. He's hit 51 and come inside 10s, isn't he?
Yeah.
To be fair, could you imagine a blind pairs draw in the PDC? That would be hilarious.
They just hate each other too much.
Oh, there would be some carnage. Could you imagine some of the potential pairs that got pulled out?
Surprised Makura isn't at the World Cup again this year, to be fair.
Yeah, but they went with the Asian Tour rankings, didn't they?
Mm.
So Danny Lauby is making an impression. 2-0 up on Ricardo Petrescu for a place in the last 8.
Gary Anderson despite the last 8.
Yeah, Gary Anderson says that'll do. 6-1 win over Raymond van Barneveld. So Barney's day comes to an end. Let's just give that a little refresh. And temporarily, Gary Anderson has leapfrogged Chris Dobie into 9th in the race for the match play. He's a win away from going 7th. Gary Anderson fans, book your accommodation because the Flying Scotsman is going to Blackpool.
The match play tickets sold out in January, mate. If they haven't booked their accommodation, they're stupid.
To be fair, let's be honest. If you're a Gary Anderson fan, booking accommodation in January, that was a risk.
You're not going to the match play just to watch Gary, though, are you?
Some might.
No. I mean, that's nearly done. What else isn't streamed right now? We're going to have to put James Wade back on this feature.
Yeah, going price is 5-0 up on Thibaut Tricole. So Gary Anderson and Gerden Price remain on a collision course. Oh, have you found your TikTok password yet?
No, I don't know what it is. I think it's an old phone number. Got to be an old phone number.
So you've had the same number for ages, so it must be someone else's.
It's my mum's. Oh, I was like, using my mum's details. Mum, can I use TikTok? Yeah, of course you can. 28 years of age.
Yeah, but
my mum.
Yeah, but you had an older account, didn't you? Because we found the old one and got into that.
I've got 8 accounts.
You were dancing in your toilet.
What?
Yeah, that one where you were dancing in the loo.
I've got a new door now, though. It's
Have you?
brown. It's not brown anymore.
Oh.
Well, what else am I going to do in like COVID when I had everyone there? I was like, oh, Jesus. I don't want people looking at me.
Unfortunately, Sam, I would love a Price Anderson final, but they're in the same half of the draw. So they're on a collision course earlier.
Be brave to back against a Michael Smith versus one of those two final from here.
Yeah.
Well, he's only averaging 90.
Dobie's averaging 103 at the moment.
Oh, Newbury yesterday. I was chatting to Kev Payne. I was like, oh, here you go, mate. Like, steady. He didn't play too great on the Saturday, but was playing all right on the Sunday. He went, oh, yeah, just muddling through. Played 4 games in a row where he'd averaged over 90.
Casual.
I was like, compared to where you were in the Super Series last week when you're throwing with 3 different flights and stems at once, I'm like, playing all right?
Cover his face.
Oh, bless him. Phil, have you seen Willie's new dart shirt? I haven't. To be fair, some of the pictures from Rory Stevenage were cool.
Oh, funny. He loved it. Absolutely loved it. I keep asking the comment going, I was like, you can't come to all of them, but...
I'll tell you what I have seen, Phil.
Go on.
Chris Mason's TV shirt for the Masters in 2 weeks' time.
Is it funky like one of his shirts?
There's a bold little pattern within it, yeah.
I'm a fan.
Not quite a Claudio Lugli shirt or whatever it is, but yeah.
Have I heard Noel's new album? No, not yet. But I am actually kind of excited that the Oasis reunion may actually happen now. The fact that Noel has come out and said, "Call me," I'm excited.
Yeah, but then didn't Liam come out on Twitter the other day going, "No one's heard from you in a few days, mate. Your behaviour's a bit worrying. Call me." What are you doing?
Undo your top button, you really uncomfortable. I'm all right, but I always have my top button done up. I'm not top button undone this time. I'm always top button done up.
Connor Scott is
in the last day. It's freezing. Sweating.
Connor Scott beat George Killington 6-3. Going Price a 6-1 win over Thibaut Tricol. Chris Dobie's averaging 104.
Yeah, Danny Dalby's average was around the 99 mark. That's just dropped off. Settler check underway on board 4.
Still waiting on Hector Zonneveld.
So,
Someone's gone for
yeah. Someone's gone for a bathroom break.
There we go. They're live now.
Lee Smith misses 9 match darts. He who must not be named, Johnny. My thoughts on Ange. It wasn't my first choice, but look, we're fucked. So if he comes in and gets us on the front foot, then we have pictures on board 1 now. Zonneveld and Heta are there.
Is it me or is it the angle? They look like he's wearing sunglasses.
Yeah, I think it's the shadow coming back from it. Yeah, Johnny, that doesn't surprise me. I thought that he was due out. So
No.
What's that? Oh no, the second part. The second part, yeah.
I also don't think the first part will last very long.
No. Someone says, Fallon, if you could play another sport, what would it be?
I used to do other sports. I used to do I'm thinking now. Used to do tennis. Play tennis. Stopped playing tennis when Philly hit me with a racket. No, I hit Philly with a racket, so then I wasn't allowed to play anymore. Did ice skating.
When you said hit her with a racket, did you like proper whack her with it?
No, I got annoyed at the ball, so then I would hit the ball and then let go of the racket, and then the racket like it bounced off the floor and hit her. So then I wasn't allowed to play with it because I was a bit, like they said I was being disruptive, so I wasn't allowed back at it. So I wasn't allowed to carry on.
Fair enough.
But it wasn't my fault. It slipped up my hand. I did ice skating and gymnastics, but I don't know what I do now. Sank easy. Less energy. Basketball. I do basketball. There you go.
Fans going for a slam dunk.
Badminton. Could do badminton as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Been a massive Peter Wright fan. Do you think we should be worried about his performances? And do you reckon he'll be back soon? I think consistently, I'm not sure we'll ever see the best of Peter Wright again. You know, like when he went on and won 4 or 5 big tournaments a year. I'm not sure we see that Peter Wright again. Excuse me. Have Lee Shew and Owen Binks made up yet? No idea.
Don't know what you mean. He slipped in the bath.
Oh, bless him. Dan's boy Billy's just got in from school and literally burst with excitement seeing you on AFL.
Yeah, he's seeing you, he's hearing my voice.
The politest child I've ever met is Billy.
Yeah. And Maisie reckons that you rock it on the field on hockey team. That's...
I don't know. I used to play hockey, but I didn't like it. Like, mind you, though, when we used to play it was always in the cold. So then, obviously, if you got hit by the ball, or someone hit you with the actual hockey stick, it hurt. So I think that's put me off. Oh, I was really good at rounders as well. I used to smack that ball and leg it.
Oh, rounders. Love that one.
It loves rounders. You literally just like smack the ball and then leg it and then hope for the best. Do you really?
Yeah.
I did rounders in my GCSE PE assessment.
How'd you get on?
Because you had to do 4 sports. I got out of 10. I got a 10. I was the kid that thought PE was the Olympics, but you had to show that you could hit it both ways. So I've hit a backhand and I stood in the wrong place, and I've nearly hit the examiner in the head.
No, I never have thought it, but yeah, well done. Proud of you. I did what is it? Sports BTEC, whatever that was. We didn't have to do any energetic stuff. Like, we didn't have to do any like running or anything like that. It was all course work. So I was like, yes, I'll do that. Because I don't think I did PE for about 2 years. I used to come in with a note every day. And then literally the teacher used to be like, are you doing PE? It got to a point where she just wouldn't ask for a note. She knew, like, my mum wasn't writing it, I was writing it. And she was like, are you doing PE today? I was like, nah. So I literally used to just go and just get away with it. Like, I hated doing PE towards the end because I just got lazy.
Fez?
That was my like release. And then I got fat.
I'm still fat, but I can still play sport.
I get frustrated that I can't play sport at the level that I used to be able to because I'm fat.
To be fair, the annual squash tournament will be happening in Blackpool again this year.
Not with my back.
I'll take you ice skating.
No.
I'll show you how to skate.
I learned how to skate. I never learned how to stop. Yeah, but that hurts.
I'd love to see Gob do a triple Lutz or something like that.
No, we got to get him a penguin. One of them penguins that the kids sold is
I'll stack it. Do you know when like everyone's like, oh, you just hold my hand and walk around? I can't do that either. If anybody's there, I like lose control of my own balance. It just looks terrible.
How can someone? I don't understand how someone can not. I don't know. Maybe because I know what I'm doing, but I cannot understand how someone cannot balance a little bit on the ice. But by the sounds of it, he's sounding like he's just genuinely going to be like Bambi.
Not Bambi, no.
Do you know what I mean? Surely you know how to kind of stand.
It's confidence. Like I can pick up speed. I can get away. Like when I first step on the ice, it's near the barrier. Then you start moving off and whatever. And then you start waddling, don't you? Yeah, it's not pretty.
As long as you don't go too fast, so you just kind of like, sack it.
I don't look fat on stream. Yeah, that's because you only see from the shoulders down, mate.
Yeah, no, I was a bit surprised when I see you at where was it? Leicester. I was like, whoa, I don't know what we do. Nice meeting you, though.
I mean, I literally refed your county game earlier in the year as well, but yeah, we'll say Leicester was the first time we met.
You refed for Derbyshire.
Did you? Oh, I'm not going to comment on that one.
I think you had a 29 that weekend, and then Cammy had a 30 and screamed across the room at you because he beat you by like a point.
No, that wasn't Leicester. That was Nottingham.
No,
because
Derby.
I was Derby.
Derby. I ref for Derby.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Well, I said I meet her. Yeah, because I was on first. I was all rushing and stuff like that. I was like literally like outside. And they were like, "You're on." So I'm running in. I was like, "Who's got my darts?" They've literally giving it to me as I'm walking on. So I'm like, "Oh no." Played, and then he goes and then starts like pointing at me from the back of the I'm at the back of the room. He's pointing on the stage and was looking at me, bit like that.
I think you had a 30, had a 31 or something ridiculous, like, and he got away with it last leg.
I know.
Do you want to put Perez on the feature game, mate?
Yeah. Your sister played really well that weekend as well, but she played our quickest player, and like Felicia missed a dart at Bull at one point and apologised because I couldn't add up quick enough. I'm like, what?
Yeah, Philly can play well, to be fair. She just has a tendency of just being really inconsistent and getting out.
County average is a 1 dart, Dan, not 3 dart. So a 30 is a 90. And then in your ranking table, you get an extra point added to your 1 dart average every game you win.
Yeah, that is the biggest load of bollocks I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
What a dynamic.
Yeah, and that's been going on ever since the age of Simon. I used to play Super League and stuff like that. Okay, it was like, why are you adding on points for winning games? It's ridiculous. Your average is your average.
I get why, though, because it's not like... I get average is the easiest way to track general level of performance. But actually, one bad game can ruin that for your entire season.
Yes.
But you could win 10 out of 10. You could be the most convincing player. If you get drawn into a horrible match where you both miss 12 darts at double on to win it last, you still win it. And actually, it reflects badly on you going, oh, you can't be that good because your average drops by 10 points.
So the thing is, I find county really, really hard, right? Because obviously you have a basic running average anyway. But because say if there's like, because it used to be like 9 out of 9 and stuff like that, you say if you like have a good running average, you have one bad average and that drops dramatically.
Yeah.
And then that could cost you in the table and stuff like that. And you're literally preparing all day for this one game. Just literally best of 5 or best of 7 if you're on bloke. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh.
It's such a short format as well, isn't it? Like a best of 3. If you have a bad leg, it tanks it. Then it tanks your overall as well. Like there's no time to get it back.
Oh yeah, no. I hate it. Hate best of 3. No, best of 5. Sorry.
Best of 5, yeah.
James, yeah, I am quite fast for my size. I wouldn't say I was like rapid, but I can hold my own in most sports for my size.
Any man that walks around in flip-flops as often as Phil does must back himself.
Yeah, you know.
Oh no, he didn't just say that.
Well, to be fair, Jake's in there all the time. We have some great banner and
That's
stuff.
hilarious.
I remember the first time that we all played squash at Blackpool, that I surprised a lot of people. I only just missed out in the final. Mind you, the squash tournament, the defending champions always been crocked. So Webby won 2 years ago, then was unable to defend last year because he had an operation on his shoulder. Then Banksy won, and now Banksy's unable to defend because he's had a cruise ship op, but Webster's back this year.
I think Josh has secretly been badgering away.
That, to be fair, Webby is good, but he's also difficult to play because he's left-handed, so the angles are different.
Sam says, talking about averages, is it me or are the averages today lower than we're used to at floor tournaments? Maybe the heat is influenced their performance. A little. It'll be interesting to see the end of day tournament average. There'll be somebody on Twitter tracking that. We'll see if we can pick that up for the live lounge tonight. Noticeable this weekend. Obviously, I did the seniors tour and heat affects older people a lot more.
You got your live lounge tonight.
Yeah.
How's that going?
Yeah, you've had a little stint on that as well when Cammy was on.
Did I?
Well, no, you went on, but
Oh,
you
yeah.
sent me the WhatsApp saying, I'm just out of shot, be nice.
Yeah. I was eating my food, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Literally sat next to him on the sofa. I was like, please just go upstairs and do it. And he was like, no, it's alright. I was like, alright.
Yeah, it might be all right for you, but not me.
I was eating chips, cheese, and curry. Brilliant. And then I went out there this weekend. I was like, I want chips, cheese, and curry. It turns out the actual shop was shut down. I was like, brilliant.
No, Callum did play today, didn't he, Gob?
Yeah, he was 3-0 up and lost 6-4.
Oh.
I think. It might have been worse than that. It might have been 4-0 up.
Right, this one means nothing on me, so I'll ask you anyway. Who's your favourite Kardashian?
I don't watch it.
She doesn't watch it. I say it means nothing on me either, so.
But yeah, Cullen did play today. He lost 6-5 to Richie Burnett.
100% Jar. We've got all the dark arts no matter what sport it is.
4-0 up, 5-2 up, lost 6-5.
Like when I played Gob at darts in Blackpool, I gave him every trick in the book.
I was just playing crap. Do you know what it was? I just played at your level. That was it. Because when I did the rehearsal at the Circus Tavern, Tony O'Shea had to take 140 to beat me in the decider. That was his biggest score of the match. I was raging. When
we played, we did the walkthrough because none of the players were there.
Yeah.
I was actually rattling my darts, taking them out slow, deliberately to wind them up.
Dick.
Do it back.
No, just scream at him.
Important question from the Northeast. Have you ever tried a Parmo?
Parmo, yeah.
Did you like it?
It's baked bite. I'm sorry. It is literally a chicken pizza. It is. It's chicken with like pizza topping. Obviously the cheese and all that. It's basically a chicken pizza.
I'm itching for one.
Did you like it though?
It's like
coming
further south.
It's weird. I don't know if I've had a really bad one. Like, because they all taste different. It depends where you get them from. Sometimes they're all right. Sometimes they're like really bad. It depends what areas I think you get them from. Because I've had a really bad one, but then I've had some really all right ones. So I don't know. I'm indecisive a bit. But yeah, no, it's a chicken pizza. Basically a pizza that someone's just put chicken underneath.
I refuse to try it until I go to the Northeast and have a proper one how they want it. Because like pub chains have started to add it to the menu further down here. And I was like, I'm not ruining it before I get down there.
You need to go up north.
Try a proper one.
Where it is. Like, I don't think you should have one like if it's not traditional down here, because they won't make it right.
Fair enough.
And do you know what someone's done? They've come home from like darts or the pub or something like that and gone, I really fancy a pizza, but I've got nothing in the house. So they've clearly gone, all right, we have some breaded chicken stuff, and like, we're going to put some sauce and cheese and all that, and just made this Parmo. 100% that's what's happened.
I like
100%. 100%, because it is a chicken pizza. They're all going to go all of it now. So it's not a chicken pizza.
You've just lost 10,000 followers on Twitter, all from the north.
Well, give me a good Parmo.
We should probably talk about the darts. Damon Heta is a leg away against Niels Zonneveld. He will play Gerwin Price if he picks up this win. And Christian Perez leads Karol Sedlacek 3-2. The last 8 will be Danny Lauby against Michael Smith, Perez or Sedlacek against Connor Scott. There's a real chance here for Perez. Not just write Connor Scott off, by the way, but the seeds are long gone from that quarter of the draw. Chris Dobie against Gary Anderson and Damon Heta against Gerwin Price.
Sweaty Betty.
I think we make Fallon pick now. There's only one more away from completing the last 8, and it will be Perez or Sedlacek.
God's sake.
You sat on the fence long enough.
Yeah, just build the fence higher. Yeah.
Right, so he'll have obviously Perez or Sedlacek, and then you can have Lauby, Michael Smith, Connor Scott, Chris Davey, Gary Anderson, Damon Heta, or Gathering Price.
What the hell is- Oh. I know. I don't want to pick because I'm always going to be wrong.
Well, don't pick Gezi then, because that's who I've picked.
Well, I'm not allowed to pick Gezi then, no?
You can if you want.
Oh, you're still waiting. I don't know. I'm gonna go. I'll probably go Gezi.
And Gazzy, I'm gonna go Gary then.
Oh, friend. I went to his wedding. Yeah.
I got fine.
Gob's getting rinsed by Fallon here about.
I can't believe he's got one. Like, why?
I mean, it's currently hiding Mervyn King's face, so which would you rather see?
Why is it up there anyway? Why puts like right? If you're selling merch, put your merch up.
No, but can you have a word? Because we were meant to sell merch when Phil left the match play 2.5 years ago, and he never got it sorted.
I haven't sorted it, yeah.
What for the?
But, oh, sure.
Amanda.
Yeah.
Okay, put a sticker up there or a
But
picture.
his favourite 2 players in the world are James Wade and Mervyn King.
So why are you criticising having Mervyn King's face there then?
Wade's up there. Merv, I like Merv, but he's not top 2. Gary's the other one.
He just said it's your favourite. He just said he's one of your favourites.
He's up there.
He's up there, but then you're still covering.
I like players that no one else likes because it's just funny.
Mate, if you were one of my fans, you wouldn't be getting a shirt off me if you were hiding my face.
Fallon, I'll be honest, I don't think they will ever produce your shirts in my size.
I'm so too scary, but he's gonna hate me. He's gonna be like, "Ew, I don't like it anymore."
To be fair, I've got your camping chart in front.
Oh, that was tiny.
Yeah, that red one.
Oh, that's tiny on me. I was like, oh.
Breathe in. Phil, can you call up MVG and ask him to play in the tournament tomorrow and need another tournament win? You won't see him until Friday when he gets to Germany. I think Perez win his first, essentially qualifying for Minehead today. Yeah, he might qualify, but then say he doesn't get a visa. That'd be a disaster. We've got Hey PB, Gob, and Fallon. Well played today in MODUS earlier.
Cheers. Thank you.
Tommy says, what's your favourite darts venue?
Funny. That's if we even have to think of that.
Oh, what song would they open their reunion with?
Usually.
Oasis, if they got back together and played, what song would they open with?
Hello.
Yeah, or it would be something from Death
There'd be a pun on there, wouldn't it? Like,
or Live Forever.
no, that's later on when everyone's pissed up and emotional.
No, they end it with Champagne Supernova.
Do you just go hard? Do you go somewhere like Acquiescence?
Or Roll With It.
Tonight I'm a rock and roll star.
Cigarettes and Alcohol. I think it'd be something from Definitely Maybe.
Yeah, I think they go Hello.
Nope.
I remember your TikTok you did about that. Yeah, hi, everyone's seen me on the chase. Good, let's not talk about this. And you move.
I know, and then Jackie texted me the other day, literally like 2 days ago, because, oh yeah, by the way, we're back on. I was like, no. She goes, lucky I'm out. And I'm like, I'm not. So,
I definitely think they go hello. Because on the album version, the intro is Wonderwall as well.
Yeah.
So it'll 4 people into it and then it'll just burst into hello.
It's good to be back.
is that your phone?
Yeah, sorry. Send him out, man. Probably ringing to wish me happy birthday. I'll ring him on the way home. It's fine. I still do that because obviously I think it's been on my phone forever as home.
Yeah.
I'm not sure my home phone's still connected.
I don't
Wouldn't
think
use it anymore.
I've never ever had a home phone.
If I ring my home phone, they ignore it. I think it's someone selling something.
Oh, I don't. I have to because my old man's like proper old school that he hates technology. So he has a mobile phone, but you'd be lucky if it switched on it twice a year. It just sat there.
If you win the Super Series on Saturday, will you buy a new Flash Sports car with $5,000?
sports car.
Might get a Hot Wheels out of that.
I've got a nice car, don't need it anymore.
You still got the white one?
Yeah.
Good.
It looks more expensive than what it is, so I don't mind.
If I could take 3 celebrities out for dinner, who would it be? Oof. That's a great question. The Rock. The Rock would definitely be one. I would think of the other 2, but yeah, 100% The Rock would be one. It's the most famous man on the planet. Perez has won away here against Sedlacek for a
I
place.
don't understand why our fans from the Philippines are referring to Christian Perez as Ian. Are they not allowed to type Christ?
One more Ian. I don't know, but I like it. To be fair, The Rock, Freddie Flintoff would be on that list as well.
Yeah. Is he not still in hospital?
I didn't know he was.
He had an accident filming Top Gear. They suspended it. He's not good.
Shit.
Ian's never been short for Christian, ever. You go Chris, surely, rather than Ian. We call him Ian the Titan here in the Philippines. What a name that is. That information needs to get to Dan Dawson. Titan Perez. This is fascinating. Ian is also his nickname. Is it? We'd know more of this if he'd been there before the start of the year.
Yeah. I like that. Ian.
Ian Robson. Where's Robson come from? Are they winding me up now? Apparently so, yeah. The Rock is the most famous person in the world.
Absolutely, everyone.
Robson is his brand sponsor. I know nothing.
Yeah, he's got Robson on his shirt now. I've just looked at it. Who cares? Perez wins. So the quarterfinal lineup is complete. It will be Danny Lauby against Michael Smith, Christian Perez against Connor Scott, Chris Dobie against Gary Anderson, and Damon Heta against Gerwin Price. Did someone say that Gary Anderson had changed equipment earlier? Did I see? I'd just be surprised, that was all. He's on the stream next, so we'll have a look.
Extremely famous, Jar. Yes. The most famous person in the world. No.
Coolio.
I'm sweating in here as well. Well, sure.
Cool.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Fallon's off, everyone. Pleasure as always. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Oh,
Hi, Fallon.
if there's anyone in there still, let me know because I locked the door and
Yeah,
I'll come
yeah,
up.
I think they go.
Cool. All right, just got to go get Fallon out. Back in a minute.
You locked her in. Is that how you got on the show? Who wins in a fight, James Wade or Simon Whitlock? Simon Whitlock. He is massive. Luke Humphries didn't play today, Brock. He is one of the players skipping this weekend. I'll take Boris Kirchmore and say thank you very much, Dan, because he's massive. Excited for the new World Cup format. I am and I'm not. Only pairs is very exciting. The fact some teams are playing multiple games, you get to see more of them. Good. We'll talk about this a lot later, but I have an issue. Not an issue. There's just an awful lot of protection to the top 4 seeds. An awful lot of protection. They don't have to play the group stage. Then they're seeded into a bracket to avoid each other later on. They're the only 4 that are seeded into the bracket. It's like they rock up halfway through and then get that protection as well, whereas the rest of the seeding just goes out the window into a draw. They were seeded in regard of they avoid the other teams that have Pro Tour players, basically, or tour card holders. How come these two are Monday, Tuesday rather than a weekend? One, it's closer to the World Cup, so players will stick around. 2, the Dev Tour use the venue over the weekend. And obviously, kids need to be in school more than professional dart players need to be having the weekend off. The expectation on professionals is they're available 7 days a week, or the majority are, whereas 16 and 17-year-olds should be in education. Do you not think the seeds are at a disadvantage having not getting the warm-up games in their group? To an extent, yes, but the quality of the players in those pairs, not really. Who have I got? Perez or Scott? Do you know what? I'm going to say Perez wins it. 6-5. I think it's tight. Connor's playing really well today. I'm going to go Team Perez. All nations should be in the group stage. Then you have to drop 4 teams is the issue.
Greetings.
Sound.
Right. So stream games are all set up, ready to go.
France deserve to be there, in my opinion. India, questionable. Indonesia, Singapore. Singapore, Paul Lim still carries enough. 40-18 World Cup, you have to find at least another session to get 16 groups of 3. Top going through in that regard. Has anyone ever won on their Pro Tour debut?
I don't know if it was debut, but Stephen Bunting was close.
Yeah. Was that a UK Open qualifier back then, though?
Same thing, though, isn't it?
Yeah. He was very close.
Yeah. No, I know Durrant was very, very close as well.
Cadby won a UK Open qualifier, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure if he'd already had a call up.
No, he hadn't. He won his tour card, then went straight into it.
Yeah. What about Rob Cross's Pro Tour debut? How did that go?
I don't think he won on debut.
Obviously, he'd done a year on the challenge. I'm not sure if he got call up in that year either. We're into the quarterfinals now. So there are 4 matches to be played at once. 3 rounds of fixtures to go. We do know the streaming board 1 will be Chris Dobie against Gary Anderson. The streaming board 2 will be Damon Herrick against Gerwyn Price. Barney won day 2 on his return from retirement. Jar will know that one better. He's still having flashbacks. Barney first time. Day 3. There we go. I told you Jar would know. Well, thank you.
God, have you had a cup of tea today?
No, not yet. Perez played at the World Championships earlier this year. What time is it in the Philippines? That's a great question.
Gary's playing really well. I think he'd have a deep run in the match play. I think a lot all depends on the draw for the match play.
20 past 11 at night. Well,
That's
thank
not
you for sticking with us. That's not too bad.
Yeah,
Late night Darts fans.
Thank you very much for your continued support, everyone.
Did Scott Williams not win it on debut? Hasn't Scott played previously, not last year? Didn't he have a tour card once before, or have I made that up?
I can't remember, to be fair. MVG Anderson would be not. It'd be great for the fans. Not sure that they'd both be happy with that draw.
Michael Smith, Danny Lauby is on streaming board 4 for you guys. Which should mean Perez Scott on streaming board 3, those of you that have PDC TV memberships. I definitely pay for mine. No, thanks, Jar. That's a new flight and stem combination for Chris Dobie.
Is it? I'm just going to have a look.
They look molded. Or is it just the lighting?
Just going to have a look now.
No, I'm all right, mate, Jar. You carry on, Tom. You're the best at paying for it. You keep going.
No, they look
Maybe I'm wrong, you know. Maybe it's just the lighting.
Yeah. I tell you what, again, it might just be the lighting for Gary's darts, but how dark does Gary's darts look in the board? The whole setup.
I'm not sure they have lit the boards lighter. I think the rest of the room's darker.
Possibly.
No matter how bright they are, Gary Anderson has just fired in a 13 dart leg to take the opener. We need a feature game, by the way. It's going to have to be Perez Scott, isn't it? It's going to have to be. Give the fans what they want. 20 past 11 at night, you guys deserve to follow the scores.
Late night darts fans. Where else? Did Jean Van Veen play today? Yes, he did. Don't think it was a particularly good day, but he was there.
No, I'm all right, mate. You carry on. You're best at it.
To be fair, regardless of who's paying for it, 50 quid a year is an absolute steal for PDC TV.
Yeah. It's also much cheaper than my Adobe that he's currently using for the podcast. Yeah. I used to work for O'Reilly's, Johnny. I know full well what goes on in one of them, mate. If I ref, why have they not let me on the mic down in Portsmouth? Because I live in Nottingham. It is a long way. And frankly, the refs they use are quality, so...
Danny is really growing on me as a ref.
Yeah.
He was good before, but he's just superb. Chris Dobie, Gary Anderson locked at 1 apiece. Lauby takes the opener against Michael Smith.
No, we don't show the matches, unfortunately. We don't have the rights to that. It costs way too much money. And I do socials as well, don't I? So if I'm not doing socials, I'll get someone else to doing that while I referee just for whatever. Nah. I'll stick with my county and I'll do the final matches on the seniors floor events.
So everyone that's watching, the 4 stream games can be found live on PDC TV. I'm not sure what the week or the 2-day pass is, but it's literally 50 quid for the year. You get the four boards at the Pro Tour, all the Euro Tours, and I shouldn't say this, but if you've got a VPN, you may get some other stuff. As well as the World Series events, because they don't get shown live.
Yes.
So yeah, PDC TV. Says, who are the best new refs on the circuit? It depends what you're classing as new, because certain people won't have seen a lot of Charlie Corstefine before he done PDC for the last 18 months, or certainly a year. He's done some UK Open stuff, some Euro Tour, and he's done 3 Premier League nights. Charlie is a fantastic young official. Owen Binks in time will make a good official. And Danny, who we've got here at Super Series, they're the best 3 for me.
Yeah. Don't disagree. Am I marking in Wales for Red Dragon Champion? Do you know what? My name's down, actually. I haven't told you that, Barzy, but my name's down to mark.
I've already got a hotel for it also.
I know you will have, but... Yeah, but we spoke about it last year, about the 3 of us going as a team.
Yeah.
But then I got asked if I wanted to mark it. So... well, edit your booking and get me a room. Yeah, drop me in it. It's fine. We spoke about it last year. I double that up, don't I? I can do the marketing, experience that side of it, have the chat, have that point of view when we discuss it at a later date, and be on site to do post-event content and whatever we need. So doubling up. Charlie's a go. Players like him too. Yeah, Charlie is mustard. Having him on the seniors is massive. I think we're very lucky to have him while we still can. I also have a newfound appreciation for Paul Hinks. Like, we always knew as a good referee, to be a PDC referee, you absolutely have to be a good referee. But actually, just the consistency of his voice. And there's been a couple of events where Charlie wasn't available, so we've just ran with one referee, and Paul's done the entire session. Like, to do that is ridiculously good. Keep up the marking. You'll be one of the markers working at Winter Garden. No, not for me. We get the sarcastic double fist celebration from Gezi as he goes 2-1 behind to Damon Hetta with a hold of throw. Gary still leads Chris Dobie 3-2. Perez and Scott are underway. Scott takes the opener. And Danny Lauby has just leveled up at 2 apiece for Michael Smith, who's currently averaging 79. Too much pressure? No, I do this side of it, and it's very difficult to go and work for an organisation like the PDC Monday to Friday or whatever when they're doing TV events, and then to sit there and have an opinion that doesn't necessarily match up with what the PDC want or say.
You couldn't do it.
No.
It's one camp or the other.
Yeah. I've been offered to do the floor marking a few times at the Pro Tours, especially the ones in Leicester, because it's only down the road from me. And I'm a little bit more flexible than someone who works 9 to 5. And no. And I probably could do that one, but then I'm not able to stream Pro Tour Live like we do. So 107 from Danny Lauby to go 3-2 up on Michael Smith. So yeah, I'm happy in my lane. Look, I love refereeing; it's brilliant. I do the county. I get well looked after for doing that. But at the minute, my job is social media, and I'm very happy with that.
Price has another one back. Anderson and Dobie both missing visits to the board, but ultimately it's Dobie that takes the advantage.
Perez making up for lost time. It certainly looks it, Joel.
Not hanging around, is he?
No. Any big changes on the match play race today? Was Scott one of those on the outs? A title would jump him into close?
No, a title still puts him 10 grand behind.
Yes, it does. Not really. Then Gary Anderson and Chris Dobie have extended their gap. Willie O'Connor did finish 500 quid ahead of Simon Whitlock. Rasmus in close as well. Petretsko, decent run from him, outside shot. I think he is playing in ET10, but he might be he's got to win his first game for the money to go on his ranking at that point.
I'll confirm once the stream catches up. I think Gary's just missed a dart at double 15 for a 150. Gary did miss a dart at double 15 for a 150.
Eek. He levels up anyway, though. 4 apiece. Still best of 11s now. Next round, that will increase. Barney did good in that race today. Yeah, he's put 2 grand on, to be fair, considering he's played bang average.
Who's that?
Barney?
Yeah.
That was 39 grand.
Does anyone know if Jack Grealish actually got changed yet?
Silly twat.
Oh no, how good was it though?
My mate put it in one of the groups yesterday. I went, I love seeing Grealish like this or football players like this, but it's got to be bad for the sponsors. I was like, they're facing 115 counts of financial fair play wrongdoing and are basically backed by a government. They ain't worried about Grealish being on the piss. What sponsors? They've inflated their own money to go into the club. Like, they're absolutely fine. The sponsors can give a shit. Thoughts on the treble? Get that big asterisk out next to it.
No, I'm not having that.
Same as Verstappen's title last year. Both of Verstappen's titles, to be fair.
City have been the best side. And Dobie just takes up 1-2-7 and breaks again. He's now throwing.
Petter's just missed the ball for a 1-2-4. As Connor Scott breaks with a 12-dart leg, 106 checkout for him to lead Perez 3-1. Is this the moment Perez loses his first PDC Pro Tour game?
I was like, City have been the best side in Europe for the last 2 years, mate.
They have, but the same with Verstappen last year. He was the best, but it was the advantages gained off the field that allowed that to happen. And the long term of that as well. Even you can look at City's net spend for the last couple of years and go, yeah, fine. But they've built that squad and they've built that mentality and whatever else up for the last 10 years by flaunting rules.
Yeah, but I don't agree with the FFP rule anyway.
But it is a rule. And it's to stop sports, clubs and whatever destroying themselves. Look, I'm not a Man United fan. I'm definitely not a Man City fan. I can't stand either of them. Tommy said didn't feel as special as 99, but I was younger. I don't remember 99. But City's has felt a lot like when, not if, for a long, long time.
Dobie has mismatched darts. Gary Anderson, 72 to send us to a decider. Dobie's missed 3 match darts over 2 visits.
More importantly, Gary wanted 110 the visit before, so that's been an absolute disaster.
But he does pin the 72 and has the darts in the decider. The first dart from Dobie on the double 8 wires it, but he goes the wrong side. Gary Anderson.
118 points away from eliminating Gerwin Price. Michael Smith is now throwing for the match against Danny Lauby, and he opens with a 180. As he gets a leg back.
Anderson had 2 safe darts in the 16 and pins Top's first dart of asking.
Hi, Lee.
But Dobie firing in trebles here. How we doing, Boise? No, Tommy, for me, Djokovic is not the GOAT. Gary Anderson, 140 to leave 32. Dobie has 150. This would be ironic.
All right, Alanis Morissette.
Doesn't go. So Gary Anderson survived 3 match starts in the last leg. Now looking at double 16 to complete the comeback.
I panicked that it wasn't actually her.
And this time, Gary Anderson seals victory over Chris Dobie, but Hollywood will feel this is one that got away.
Story of Chris's career on the floor for the last few years. Michael Smith is also a winner. He beats Danny Lauby 6-4. Mightily impressive from Danny Lauby as a Challenge Tour call-up. Let's not forget Lauby still does not have a tour card. Pushed the world champion there, led in the early stages. Not the best performance from Michael Smith, but enough from him. Damon Heta. Ooh. Gezzy's left 100 after 12. Heta wants 247. Let's see what he fires in. 60, 80. Darknet will be ahead of the stream I'm looking at anyway. Ton for him to 107 if the ton doesn't go. And Scott Perez currently 3-2. Into the chat room. I dislike what Manchester City stand for. I dislike Manchester United for making my childhood miserable. And I dislike Everton because you have to hate them. But they are a guaranteed 6 points at the minute, so glad they stayed up. We might never get that derby again, the state of that club. So,
for me, I'm the other way. I'm Rafa Nadal for me.
Rafa is no.
Do you want to stick the price game on the other one as there's only 2 going?
I don't see how Rafa can be your greatest of all time when he was just dominant on one surface. He was good, and he still won majors elsewhere. But
right,
he didn't win enough elsewhere for him to be the GOAT for me.
Right. So by your logic, and these are the words you've just said, does that make Ronaldo better than Messi because he won league titles in more countries and predominantly all Messi's greatest achievements were only in Spain? Just asking.
No.
I'm just asking.
No,
That's all.
you're asking about individual achievements in a team sport at that point. They're completely different. An individual in a sport like tennis across 4 different surfaces or 3 different surfaces, you cannot be the best of all time if you can only play on one of them.
Yeah, but he can't. He can play on them all. He's won.
He wasn't dominant on them to be in the conversation of the best ever.
He is 100%.
Could well be the best left-handed player of all time.
He's the best of all time for me.
That's not an issue with me.
And plus, Djokovic is just an arse as well.
Doesn't make him any less of a tennis player.
Yeah, no, sportsman, it does. Because that is part of the responsibility of everything that goes with it. It's not just what you do in your particular sport. And I know you hate that, but it's true. It's everything else that goes with it.
I know, look, I appreciate Federer for being a gentleman and a character, even more so when you stack that up against Djokovic. Oh, 1-2-4 from Connor Scott.
That's going to hurt.
Yeah, look, I love Federer. I have a newfound love for Federer later on. But to come in effectively a shorter time span than Djokovic and Nadal, while both of those exist, then Federer and Nadal, while both of those are active, and to rack up more major wins than them is just astounding. despite the fact he's an absolute robot.
Let's go look at the tour card race here, because we were talking about Connor Scott making a move because he had work to do.
Novak stayed healthy and able to, I think. Yeah, Djokovic, Nadal had issue with his knees, didn't he? Federer was relatively unaffected until later in his career.
Connor Scott is making a move to keep his tour card. Don't get me wrong. He's still got work, a lot of work to do, but this is some performance here.
It's only Pro Tour 13, isn't it? So there's another 17 of these events. If he keeps playing as consistently as he is right now, needs to get himself on a couple of the Euro Tours before the end of the season, needs to get himself into the Players' Championship finals, needs to get himself into the World Championships. He does all of those things.
Yeah,
he may well keep his card because he's just beaten Christian Perez 6-2. That does end Christian Perez's sensational debut on the Pro Tour, by the way. Run to the quarterfinals, but Perez is out. Connor Scott is into the semi-final where he will take on Michael Smith. Yeah, that was questionable for a while, Jamie, and I didn't mention it, but there is also that hanging over him. Scott will definitely be a minor. He needs to get to the Palaces, Dan, 100%. We'll have a few minutes now before the semi-final starts, so we could probably talk more other sports now instead of... In fact, we'll go for a quick ad break. Then we'll come back and discuss other sports. Then we'll do the semi-finals, and then we'll have another break as well.
Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. I got a good feeling. I got a good feeling.
There we go. That should keep them happy. If you're looking for a darts event near you, head to dartshop.tv. Plenty going on in 2023 for you. Tennis, we were on about. To watch, I'll always prefer Nadal. I think sportsmen that play with the opposite hand or left-handedness always have that little bit more flair looking about them. Wouldn't you agree, Phil?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Not necessarily in darts. I think it's weird to do that. But if you look at tennis, you've got Nadal. You look at snooker, someone like Neil Robertson, Ronnie O'Sullivan breaks off left-handed. You look at golf, you've got Phil Mickelson. There always seems to be that little bit of flair.
Yeah, no, I'd go with that.
To the top. Apart from Wade, yeah, darts is a bit different. I think Wade is just solid, and it looks different because of how you see
camera
it.
angles. Yeah.
There was a couple of questions about snooker, which I'm happy to answer. I'm not sure if Bracell will win another. I'm not sure if that approach will hold up through another World Championship campaign. Bracell winning it almost felt a little bit like Judd's opening year when he made the final. And I think that was the worst Ronnie we've seen there in a few years. And I don't think you get a run like that again. Selby's on, what's he on now? 4 or 5?
4, I think Selby's on.
Fantastic to have done it. Do I like watching it? No. Does he have the nous of getting through the crucible? Yes. Do I want to see him do it again? Not particularly. I appreciate there are different aspects to snooker, but it's just a tough watch, isn't it? Yes, Chaz. Some lefties had absolute wands of feet. Someone like Morton Gamps Pedersen had an absolute wand of a left foot. John Anarisa, Roberto Carlos, Messi, Bale, yeah, they're at top end. There's those. If you look at like streets won't forget footballers, the left-footed ones of those are just Hitzels. But yeah, here we go. Here comes the left-footed footballers now from the chat room. Boise, I thought this was a darts show. See what Selby does consistently must be really hard to be mentally. Yeah, I agree, Stephen, because you look at the impact or the way that Ebden has had an effect on Kyron Wilson's career. And I think Wilson trying to be that little bit more gritty worked for him for one season, but I think it's so much more draining on him.
To play that way is 100% more draining on you, especially if you're not that way inclined. If it's forced and you're deliberately trying to play that way, it's not great for your mental way that you prepare.
I'm not sure it's forced. Look, Kyron was never the biggest flair player or flashing or whatever, but he has just tried to add an extra level of grit to his game, I suppose.
Yeah.
Anyone left-footed and right-handed? My brother is left-handed, but will play pool right-handed, darts right-handed, and football right-footed, but he will write left-handed.
Fairs.
Dot versus Abden was the worst ever world final. Yeah, I watched Stephen Hendry's Q-tips with Ronnie the other week. And honestly, they don't say an awful lot during it. They play a couple of frames, and there's a lot of, no, you were the best, or no, you were the best. But actually, there's a couple of little digs in there about people. You could just tell that those are on the same wavelength. It's like, no, he was crap, wasn't he? And they're just writing off world champions. It's like, yeah, this is brilliant. But without saying it as well. So, like, nobody, it can be interpreted that way, but nobody's going to, like, oh, you called me out for this. Does that play golf left-handed? No, he's right-handed. He uses my driver.
Mbappe or Haaland? What, right now?
I didn't see the Messi story. I saw you put it in the chat, but no.
If you were to take one gob and you right now, you taking Mbappe or Haaland right now?
Into my club?
No, just in general. If you could only buy one.
The way that we play football, have to take Mbappe.
Wigan have been given a winding up order. It's all going on today. See,
Afternoon, Niall. How are we doing, mate?
London Irish defunct on their payment over the weekend as well, didn't they?
Did they? I know they've been given another extension.
No, they got served up. They're out.
I'm a righty when playing darts, but learned to play lefty when took darts. My lefty holds my daily match record of 11. Fairs, pal.
Like that.
Hope you're well, buddy. Boise, sorry, no, it's darts show. I meant to say Rafael van der Vaart. Oh, what a wonder of a left foot van der Vaart had.
Oh, that 18 months at our place. Oh, my God.
I was very jealous when you signed him. He used to be one of my FIFA buys throughout my career constantly. Xabi Alonso was straight back every season. Van der Vaart was in there. Gerrard, whichever striker was coming back, Suarez or Torres or whatever.
Yeah, so HMRC have requested a winding up order against Wigan Athletic for its unpaid tax bills. Hearing will be held on the 26th of July.
Ryan, do you think, Ryan Hogarth, do you think there'll ever be a cure if you're like for dartitis? If there is, the person that finds it will be a very rich person.
Yeah.
Or well revered as a minimum. I'm not sure because we're still not entirely convinced of the root cause of it. And there are still some in the sport that deny the importance of psychology, which is baffling to me. Yeah, look, we're not. And by the way, look, it's not necessarily stop playing 100%. Look, it's frustrating, and it will throw you off your rhythm and stop you from playing as well. And it can be disheartening. I've never experienced myself, but there are players that have played through it with good results. You can still play well. You can still get results. Pim van Bynen struggled with it at the JDC Worlds a couple of years ago. He was making quarterfinals on the Dev Tour again early in the week. Barry Van Peer's come through the other side of it. He's smashed MODUS again today. He's arguably the best player in the world right now without a tour card. You look at Bo Reeves. Webby's back. Eric made 4 world finals. Couldn't let go of the bloody thing, but he made 4 world finals. Laura said John won the World Masters after 5 years of it. Yeah. It's not a... Look, I've never had it, never experienced it. But it's not a case of get rid of it and just go back, because then you're putting yourself into pressure situations again. It is a complete change of mentality to how you approach pressure situations. It has to be. I don't drink hot drinks. I'm a hot chocolate man, but it's wrong time of the year for that.
Coffee.
Connor Scott. Yeah, look, it's taken a long time for Connor to settle onto the Pro Tour. What Dan mentioned his interview earlier on the Live Lounge the week that I was off, but obviously I missed that one. What did he say about settling down? I presume you asked him.
Yeah. He said he does feel settled now.
Yeah.
But also, he's brought something up that we've spoken about with other players before, and it's that thing of not being able to play regularly as a tour card holder. That you can only play in terms of high-level practice stuff. You're limited to the Pro Tour events. Do you wish you were in West Ham's position? Yeah, look, fair play to West Ham, and I'm pleased they won it. I'm not a football fan that looks at it like that. Any team wants to win silverware, and I have nothing but pleased for West Ham for winning it.
Yes.
It says 5:48 for the semis. Is that right? No, it won't be that late. I'm expecting them to get going at any time now.
Yeah. I sort of understand where Murphy comes from in terms of what else would he be doing, but I don't get passing judgment on what other people are doing while you're in the tournament yourself.
Oh, we've got pictures on stream board 1.
It is about to absolutely lash it down here again.
Is it?
Yeah.
We had that yesterday.
I had it in Newbury yesterday, didn't I? And now it's going to hit here.
Andrew, look, I can't criticise because they're protecting their own brand. But for me, 65 to 128 should be allowed to play in things like the Super Series for me.
Yes. My blinds are going. This is brilliant.
You got Thunder and Lightning as well?
We're about to. Can hear it rumbling.
Yeah, we had an absolute banging storm yesterday.
Office light on.
Connor Scott, favourite to take the opener, unless Michael Smith can produce something sublime, and he can't. We have pictures on stream board 2. Oh, did you watch any of Soccer Aid last night?
I did not, but apparently Nanny was a right prick.
I didn't watch it all, but I just saw Paul Scholes was raging the fact that they were waving blue flags at Old Trafford before the game.
He got injured as well, didn't he? Played brilliant and then
scored a great goal, but yeah, something went ping.
and leg Scotland. Favourite for the opening leg would have been Gary Anderson. But we'll see after that 180 from Damon Hatter. Yes, Jarlath. Yes, it would. If you'd sat there in September and told me that Gary Anderson was going to have one more crack at the World Cup,
yeah,
I would not have backed him to be heading into it off the back of... Did he pick up a win recently?
Yeah, he's won a Pro Tour recently. And
a Pro Tour win, a semi-final the week before, and Peter Wright averaging 10 to 15 points lower than him consistently throughout the day. Actually, maybe that's a bit harsh. 10 points. Said you're mad.
I get that, Chaz, but the issue is that I'm not going to name players because that's things that have been said in confidence. but there are genuinely a lot of players now considering, is it worth having a tour card because they can earn more money outside the PDC? And I'm not talking about the elite because they're obviously good enough, but the ones that probably aren't good enough to be like the top end pro, but you're talking from 65 to 128 in and around that area, they can now earn more money away from the PDC. And if you start to then have players handing their tour card back, it's not a good look for the sport, is it, Gob?
No. Especially not when there isn't another, not viable, but there isn't another organisation out there that are competing at the top end, that are producing world championships and match plays and Grand Prix and Grand Slams and Premier Leagues and whatever else. At the very top level, the PDC are smashing it. You look at other sports where players might walk away. You have the split in golf recently. If they're walking away to go to an product designed at amateurs, that is a bad look.
There was an opportunity there for Damon Heta to punish a woeful visit from Gary Anderson. He didn't take it.
Yeah, they do, Bob. And the problem with that is there's only 30 of those a year. And there's been quite a big gap between some of these already.
And it goes back to the system of, I know they're self-employed and everything like this, but you shouldn't, and I'm not saying it should be a lot, but you shouldn't go to work not knowing if you're going to get paid or not.
Yeah. Oh, and over 50 in the 65 to 128 bracket right now. Get out of there.
Yeah, no, Laura, that's cool. I just wouldn't put players in that situation because some of them have said it to me and things like that. Gary Anderson, 2-1 to the good. Michael Smith has the Connor Scott throw under some pressure.
Get me some light then.
Yeah, I don't think they got the calendar right this year. There were so many Euro tours on the bounce, and if you don't play in them or don't qualify for them, you're screwed.
Snooker's probably not the best one to compare to at the minute.
And the one in snooker, it's not as glamorous as what they make it out either, looking at it, because it's not like first round losers money. It's almost like a loan, but when you hit that threshold, you pay it back type thing in there.
It's 20 grand as a loan. You don't earn any prize money until you've earned 20 grand on the season. And then everything above that you start to keep.
Hmm. Yeah, the ban's handed out for the snooker players. There's just one outstanding, isn't there? Mark King hasn't been dealt with yet, has he?
Different investigation / event, wasn't it?
Yeah. Gary Anderson pinned the 117 for a break. Oh, that's going to hurt.
3-1 lead for the Heat.
3-1 lead for Gary Anderson, you mean?
Yeah, sorry.
Check the 117 out on the stream. There's the first dart. Single 20.
Oh, treble 19. That makes it even more impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, Jar, I said it along the lines of if you lose your first round match, it's between 200 and 250 quid. I don't think that's unachievable or reasonable.
What's the first round win these days on the Pro Tour?
750. Danny says, how many more games today? So we've got 2 semi-finals that are in play now, and then the final afterwards. And then we'll be back tomorrow to do it all again. Bearing in mind, when we're done here, I've still got to drive home and for the live lounge tonight.
Yes, back at 8 o'clock, guys, for the live lounge. Myself, Phil, and Mr. Lee Boyce, joined by, there's another Ton Plus. Check out, that's brutal, 301 in 6. We'll be joined by Mr. Neil Duff this evening. Recently over his duck in the MODUS Super Series, winning a weekly final. We'll look ahead to the World Seniors Masters next week with him, where we'll take on defending champion David Cameron. We'll also discuss all of today's Pro Tour action, the Dev Tour over the weekend. We will do our comprehensive look at the World Cup this weekend, now that we have the draw, the groups, discuss the format and a lot of protection given to certain players or groups or countries, seeds.
I don't know if they've released it yet, but I've got the order of play as well.
Oh, 100%. The Prime's staying now.
Only because you got rinsed by Fallon.
And I'm not giving her the satisfaction of moving it.
You know she's going to come in tomorrow and check.
I don't care. It's staying. And I'll tell her why. Heta gets one back, 4-2 behind now to Damon to Gary Anderson. Reminder that this is now a race 2-7. Scheduled out on the website. Yeah, I thought it was.
Cool. Yeah, I didn't know if they had or not. So.
Boo, Michael Smith. Boo.
So yeah, even if, say you only won your first round game gob at every Pro Tour event,
Yeah.
it's only 22.5 grand.
Yes.
By the time you take your tax and travel off of that, I think you're out of pocket. Wait a minute.
Possibly.
Minus. Man.
Michael Smith now 1 away against Connor Scott. Is the Sniper's Day about to come to an abrupt ending at the hands of the world champion? I'm going to have to shut my window a bit because this is a lot of technology. And I'm getting rain through.
Yeah, with your expenses, by the time you pay your tax,
What's that?
by the time you pay your tax and your travel expenses, you'd be out of pocket just for winning one match every Pro Tour.
Has he had a bounce out? Ref! Change of board, ref. Gary Anderson's left 96 after 9 and he had 60 on the floor. Actually, it might have been a big 20, but, you know, I'm claiming it.
Never let the truth get in the way of a good story. Sorry, I missed a question up there. Do the winners of the World's ECT get invites? Yeah, so basically the top 4 in the world are guaranteed to be in everything. If they want to be. I see that MVG's let the cat out of the bag before the PDC did, but MVG's not doing Australia this year.
Yeah.
I've done that for a while, but... And to be fair, I get his reasoning as well.
Been there, he's done it. It's a bloody long way.
Yeah.
He's knackered.
Gary Anderson is one away from a place in the final where it looks as if he'll take on bully boy Michael Smith.
Hoo, 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 hoo.
Michael Smith is the first name into the final of Players' Championship 13. Connor Scott's fabulous day comes to an end.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
I've had to shut my window. I can't have it open. It's just water's bouncing off and flying in. Oh, wow. That's one way to stay alive.
That'll do. That
I
keeps
saw
you
that
up.
one.
It's a breaker throw as well. Gary was sat on 50, and Damon Hetta went, have some of that. And then kicks off with a max. Yeah, but Sam, it's not giving more room for talented and motivated new players because those new players are in the same situation. When you first break onto the PDC Tour, you start with nothing. You have nothing on your rankings, no seedings. So if you're a new player, potentially, first week of Pro Tour action, you've just got your tour card, you're an 18-year-old kid, you've either won it through the Dev Tour or you've gone to Q-Score and won it. Because you're not seeded, you could turn up and play Gerwin Price on the Saturday, Michael Van Gogh on the Sunday. Bosh, you've got no money. Next week, you could turn up and play Peter Wright and Michael Smith. because of the way the seedings and draws are done. My.
Another 12 data from Gary Anderson, who finishes with 101 average to beat Damon Heta. And we do get the Master and Apprentice finale. Michael Smith will take on Gary Anderson in the final Players' Championship 13. Ultimately, what you've got to remember when we're going back to the prize money debate is there's only so many players that can win at any one time. Half the room get nothing immediately.
Yeah.
Oh, bless me. Right, we're going to have one more quick ad break. I will set us up ahead of the final. And we'll carry on answering your questions in the gap in between. Let's go with this one. I was going to say welcome back, but all I can hear is the thunder outside my window. Players' Championship 13 here at Online Darts for Phil Buzz. Waiting now for the final to get underway, which will be between Michael Smith and Gary Anderson. Race to 8. So chat room, get your predictions in. Tell us who you think will win the title. In fact, it's been a while since I've done this. It's off.
Any questions or whatever, fire them over. If we can answer them, we will.
Put a poll up.
Oh, you're right.
Been a while since we've done that. But it is up nonetheless. Really should consider streaming from your gardens on a day like today. I presume it's very warm where you are because it is absolutely lashing it down where I am. The storm has hit.
Yeah. How do you suits get on? I'm presuming you mean Alan. I don't know off the top of my head. Let's have a look. Where's the Scotland flag? There it is. Got to the last 32. Lost 6-5 to Karol Sedlacek.
Ooh. Oh my god! Can you see the flashes of lightning on screen?
No.
At this moment in time, if you need to pick Snake or Gary, who would you pick? Gary.
Gary.
Holy. That's with the window shut, by the way. I don't think there's going to be many Uber Eats drivers out tonight, but I'm ordering takeaway in a minute, so someone's getting soaked. That's not happening right now. The tennis started in Nottingham today as the grass season gets underway ahead of Wimbledon. No. That's not happening. Funnily enough, the 4-day match between Notts and Warwickshire has been suspended for bad light.
Wonder why.
I mean, that might be the reason they were taken off, but it is lashing it down. Tommy Tornado be going past Cubs window, tearing house up any minute, yeah. Should play it up north, glorious. To be fair, it must be heading north because I got hit in Newbury yesterday.
I'm in the
2
south.
hours further north, and I've just been hit again.
I'm in the south and got it yesterday.
Yeah, so it's working its way up the country. I might just drive to Manchester tonight. How is the poll looking? 74% of you right now are backing Gary Anderson to win this final. Don't forget, you haven't done so already, drop us a like as well. Over 240 of you currently watching us live. 79 of you have hit that like button, and one of them was me.
Can we get to 100 before the end of play? You know you want to. What do you reckon then, Gob? Are you going master or apprentice? I know that sounds weird considering they're both world champions, but we'll run with it.
Form-wise today, look, I don't think Michael Smith's been at his best at all. I'm going to back Gary, you know. Let's have a look so far, shall we? Michael Smith today, 98 average to defeat Richard Veenstra 6-4, 99 to beat Andy Bolton, 99 again to beat Keegan Brown, 88 to beat James Wade, 86 to beat Danny Lauby, 92 to beat Connor Scott. Gary, 97, 94, 98, 95, 98, 96, 101. There's an argument, actually, that Smith's been that little bit more consistent, but as the day's gone on, Gary's got better, and Smith has gone the other way by the look of it. Yeah, look, the scheduling doesn't make sense at all, Paul. It never will. Trying to fit two, basically the same competition in back-to-back, the sooner that... And I was at Trent Bridge of the week. The Tuesday night, tickets were a tenner, brilliant, decent crowd in. The Friday night and onwards, they were all 25 quid each. The ground's half empty. Trent Bridge is never half empty for a Blast game. There's absolutely no way the 100 isn't split in viewer audiences. So, yeah. If you want to watch a match, you have to have a PDC TV subscription. That's the only way it's streamed. We don't have the rights, obviously. You can normally get a weekend pass for about £3. Probably a bit late to that now, unless you intend on watching tomorrow as well. Cadby, we do not know. He's still waiting on a decision for his visa. I think because he's applied for one as well, it'll be more difficult just to get in for something like a weekend.
Yeah.
And the expense of Corey travelling over means that the pressure on him performing is that little bit higher. It's a long way to come from Australia with no guaranteed prize money. No, we can't show the games, guys. We've never been able to show the games. In other news, the Grand Slam priority window opens tomorrow.
We return to Leicester.
No.
Obviously said Grand Slam. Sorry, my fault. See, am I in the minority? Because I actually like the 100.
Yeah, but it's too similar to the Blast, and when you're doing damage to the Blast is an issue because not everybody's benefiting from it.
Yeah. But I agree more with franchise cricket than I do the way it is structured in this country anyway.
Yeah, but the Blast could be massive in this country. They just won't throw the backing at it from a ECB central point of view. Basically, when T20 was created, we didn't copyright the format or the rights to it and lost it. So what they've done is invent something slightly shorter to try and get it on terrestrial TV in this country, i.e. the BBC, because they can get it into 2 hours now instead of 3. And hope to sell the rights to it to other countries to make money back off an investment. But no one wants it.
I genuinely like it, though.
It's the same thing with fancy branding, which they should do for whatever. Even the women's, though, takes away from the Charlotte Edwards, which was finished yesterday, and nobody could tell you why.
Yeah, but just the way everything looks on screen just looks so much better. Look, don't get me wrong, I fully admit
Yeah,
that
but
I am.
that's done centrally as a branding exercise or marketing exercise, and that could happen in Blast cricket. They could have totally revitalised that. Instead, when lockdown happened or whatever, they made all the counties have their own streaming setup because you couldn't go in to watch, which they've all invested cameras into and whatever. But the overlays aren't quite as good. The camera work isn't quite as good because it's expensive to run. Can't have full-on Sky broadcast onto YouTube constantly. Some of the mic audio is terrible. If you try and listen to YouTube streams through headphones, you'll have one commentator in one ear, one in the other, because of how they set up the audio input. Yeah, but who wants to go north of Leeds, to be fair? No, I'm joking. Gary, 28-1 today, 14 for tomorrow. Yeah, the bookies are a bit scared. While the big boys are away, Gary Anderson will play. How long to the next match? Any moment now, mate.
Like I said, I've been to the bowl a few times for the cricket and whatever, and I just like it. I just think there's more. I just think franchise cricket is better than the way it is now with the county setup.
How though? Because the Blast was still getting big names. It was selling out before the 100 arrived, and there's still that local affinity where you can cover more fans to support.
Yeah, but I just think with franchise cricket, you can do more with it. As
Like
in,
what?
listen, right, so if you're Leicestershire, for argument's sake, the way people are in this country, it's very rare that you're going to get fans outside of Leicestershire. If you're from Yorkshire, for argument's sake. But with franchise, if it's based over bigger areas, you've got more target audience. You can do more because you're across different boundaries.
Not sure that's happening.
And plus,
I'm not sure we're seeing that. I'm not sure we're seeing it spread to those areas.
And plus, with the 100, we're seeing some of the best players in the world come and play in that, which we don't see in anything else.
That's a lie. They do play in the Blast. We've
Some
seen
of
plenty of stars in the Blast. Glenn Maxwell's played in the Blast multiple times. We've got Shaheen Shah Afridi currently playing for Notts. Like, Dan Christian is one of the best T20 players, or most successful T20 players. He was a Notts player. Like, there have been big signings in the Blast. Somerset are one of the best white ball sides in the country, but Jar says the closest they've got is the Welsh Fire. Lancashire have got 4 out-of-ground venues that they play at. Anyway, back to the darts. Gary Anderson, 15 dart leg to open. Who will win the Ashes? I'd love to say us. But that performance against it, look, albeit on a very flat pitch at the Oval, but that performance against India has worried me a little bit. Scott Boland looked superb.
And again, the other one, I'll stay up and watch the IPL or the Big Bash, but I won't watch like the Blast if it's like stay up and deliberately watch it. Where the others I will.
You don't need to stay up to watch the IPL. It's in.
No, I meant more the.
It matches up lovely with UK time in the Bash.
No, I meant the
IPL. You don't need to. create my own cricket podcast. I don't need to, mate, because Jar and Cam currently have one about the T20 Blast. Go and check it out. There we go. That was the only plug you're getting from me. Anyway, what a piece in this final. 94 plays 94 so far.
Smith has the Anderson throw under the cosh here.
Opening with a 180 will do that. I also don't know enough about cricket. In general. Talk about my own teams enough. But besides, do you really want to listen to me moan about another sport?
Smith coming back for what could be a tricky double three, but Anderson's not scored in this leg.
That's the link to Jar's podcast, by the way. Just I'll be nice. We'll end the poll. If Anderson is fit, who would you open with him? Ollie Robinson. Ollie Robinson is key this year to that bowling attack. How'd you end up on 3? 2. Ref. What's going off here? Why aren't I watching it? Why isn't this live? Deflections from Gary. Now he's taking his time for the 67. One must be outside. Was. I don't know. What's going on here?
That says he's made a mess of the first start for me.
No, that was a 17. He's gone for a single 20. Who taught Gary Anderson to count?
He's miscounted there as well because he steps back.
He looked though, didn't he? He looked at it, then he did. What? Strange from Gary.
I tell you what, that's a steal. An absolute steal.
And all of a sudden it looks like a terrible final because of this one leg.
Yeah. What's going on here? It's a good response from Michael Smith, though, because he'll be livid inside that he's handed that leg to Anderson.
This is where there is that maturity to Michael Smith now. Even at times early last year, you wouldn't get this response. You wouldn't get this, just move on, forget it, get on with the next one, head down.
Yeah.
See the arms flailing about, a little bit of exasperation, just flying in, sulking. No one expects you to be perfect all the time.
Oof. That hurts.
Yes.
Just think that Bully Boy needs to find something here. You don't want to be chasing Gary Anderson. I just feel this needs to be a 140 minimum. That'll do. Gary replies. Leaves 95 after 12. $95.
A lovely little finish from Gary to move 4-1 ahead, halfway there to his second Players' Championship title of the year. And this one would be in Germany.
Right now, regardless of whether he wins, 53-25. Are you calling it, Gob?
Oh, he's in. And there are plenty of seeded players who will not like to see this. Oh, he went ball 5 tops. Who will not like to see the resurgence of the Flying Scotsman.
And he is the absolute nightmare draw in round 1 of the match play.
It has to be.
One of the seeds will face one of the greatest of all times in the opening round.
He wasn't a pretty draw in the last 2 or 3 years. There was still that argument that you don't want him in case he does something Gary-like. Now he's playing like Gary.
$5-1 and a double break for Gary Anderson.
That's huge. It's a double break and he threw first.
Yeah, so effectively it's a treble break.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's the point. I wonder who he's going to call out in his post-match, because it was Nico last time, wasn't it?
Wayne Mardle at the Worlds the other year. I hope it's you.
He wouldn't call out me.
Phil Bars told me this was easy to get to. What a disaster. I'm very angry. That's why I won. Or he calls out Peter Wright and says, you better turn up tomorrow and hit some form, pal, because my back cannot carry you. Oh, he couldn't, could he? He couldn't, could he?
This would just sum the day up. Oof.
This is right up there with one of the most difficult finishes on the board. I hate 139.
What, 72?
No, 139.
Oh, I was going to say.
4.
Opportunity. Gary's missed.
Do you know my first dart aims at on a 139?
Go on.
Treble 18. $5-2. That's one of the breaks back. Because there's 2 dart combinations, 79 and 82 are right up there with the worst 2.
Oh, I like 82.
As a 2 darter,
Oh, 2-dar. Yeah, I love it as a 3-dar.
If you go 57, if you go treble 19 first, you leave an 82. So it's a 2-dart combination. It's horrid, as is 79 if you throw treble 20. Treble 18 leaves you 85, which gives you the option of treble 19, double 14, or treble 15 tops. And the miss leaves 121 if you've got time, which you can set up using the bullseye to leave double 18. You can use a treble 17. You can do all sorts with.
$24 for Michael Smith for back-to-back legs. Goes into back to 5-3.
That one's one of the holds. It's got one of the breaks back. That was the previous leg. It's not a break without a hold, though, is it?
Especially when you need 3 breaks.
Yes. See, now if you're just looking at this from the outside, it tells you that Gary's averaging 93 and Michael Smith 89. But there's a far better final than that because of that one leg.
One leg, but they both had a mare.
Yeah.
Michael Smith's going through the gears here.
Both leave 121 after 9. Gary might miss and Michael might hit. Gary has missed and Michael might hit.
Big moments here. This would be the second of a third break needed.
Gary did miss and Michael did hit. Woo-hoo!
The last 3 legs, Bully Boy's been outstanding.
And then opens up a 180. Unbelievable. We'd handed Gary Anderson this title 3 legs ago. There was only one winner. We were laughing about who he's going to call out.
The 1-2-1, Michael Smith went 60, treble 11, double 14.
Gary was millimetres away from the ball as well. And now we are a dart away from being level. Friendly fist pump between the two. So acknowledgement on the 1-2-1. Nice to see.
Yeah. Level game.
And now the scoring power reappears for Gary Anderson.
You'll be thinking, where was this for the last leg and a half?
Could we be going to a noble? We could, Chaz.
That's also the other problem. Whenever anyone's chasing a game, not just in this scenario, it's all right fighting back to get level. It's having that spurt to go again and get past your opponent.
Yes. Whew. At least 4 after 12 darts. Doesn't matter. He goes in one. That's a 13 dart leg for Gary Anderson. Can Smith respond once again?
Share tons at the start of this leg. You just feel a spurt from either of them at this time will be enough.
Mm-hmm.
Now this sounds daft, but this is a chance for Gary.
Yeah. A 2 treble visit there just gives you the outside shot, doesn't it? It puts you on a finish, and it's makeable. You're not expecting it to go.
Oh,
It's a huge chance now.
Michael Smith. This 149 may have to go. It doesn't. So Gary Anderson, will he get 1 or 2 darts at the outer ring for 7-5? That says to me he's hit the ball first.
What's he doing there?
65, 25 for tops.
Yeah. I thought it was 75. Yeah, it was ball first. Duh. Oh, that was the chance for the 2-leg gap. And a double break, effectively. Or to leave Michael Smith requiring a double break.
Oh, my.
They do just keep climbing, Kent. Wonder what the averages would have been if you take away that 1 leg.
Very good. This is a chance for Michael Smith.
Would have loved more.
Yeah.
Obviously. But it's enough. It means that Gary needs a 2 treble visit rather than a 1. A 1 isn't enough chasing at that point with that opening visit.
No.
Chasing in a leg where you started as well. Still not.
Considering what Gary's scored, Michael Smith will not be happy. That's all the lead is. Look, he's gotten away with it, but up until Gary's hit that 60, Michael Smith would have been disappointed. Now he can forge in front. But again, not punished. Maybe too much mutual respect here. But Gary's had a meltdown. Leg 13, the darts have gone.
Ooh.
Oh, Gary.
Counting.
His head's gone, isn't it? What's Michael Smith doing in that part of the board? Please tell me he's gone 3 balls.
Is he at treble instead of single 10? No, because why would he be leaving 16s? Gary hates 16s.
No, 16's his new MO.
How's he won that leg? Ball. Ball. Yes, Gary Anderson. What is 12?
Oh.
I genuinely don't believe what I've just seen.
I've
Gary
never
Anderson should have been nowhere near winning that leg. He scored atrociously.
I've never ever thought I'd see the day that Gary Anderson just threw for the bullseye.
He walked away talking to himself. He was pointing at himself. Definitely don't seem as friendly as they were when they were fist pumping the 1-2-1 checkout previously.
Oh.
What on earth has happened?
Oh, Gary's snarling. Again, Michael Smith in that bottom left-hand corner. But this time he gets it right, and it goes to a decider.
Yeah. Gary with the advantage of throw. Michael with the advantage of temperament right now, perhaps?
Possibly, yeah.
Especially if this is a Tom 40 or better. 2 treble visit. A friendly fist bump before the final leg.
That's 95 is not enough. That needed to be a 140. However, we said this 2 legs ago when Gary Anderson was a country mile away.
Ooh. What's gone on there? Where's the trebles gone? 80 must be a bounce out. Or treble 1, treble 17 with a switch. Treble 19 with a switch. There's a treble 20. There's a single. So this must be a bounce out. Second in the final, 1 each.
Gary has just lost the range, the back half of this game. We've had
80.
flash moments, but consistently lost the line, range, rhythm.
This does the 2 treble visit here, and he's still favourite.
This has to be a 140. That's not enough.
No.
Because I would expect Smith to get a dart at tops.
He switched back up in it. Oh, he didn't switch back up. He is. The 80 of Gary was 20, treble 19, and then he hit single 3. Couldn't get anywhere near the one he'd already put in there.
What a strange game.
What a great game, though. Michael Smith wins Players' Championship 13.
Strange, but great.
Gary Anderson in one of the most bizarre finals we've watched this season. Superb from both. Bully Boy picks up a title during match play week.
Oh, no, he does go back. Thought Gary Anderson wasn't going to shake the scorer's hand then. But he did go back.
Was there an issue with the scorer in that game?
Something's gone on there.
Yeah, that looks like Gary's got an issue, but it doesn't look like it's with Michael.
Yeah, something has happened there because Michael Smith's given the shrug of the shoulders to say, I don't know.
He has indeed. Anyway, that is the end of Pro Tour Live for Players' Championship number 13. Back again tomorrow from 12 o'clock UK time, or just before that. We'll be on a couple of minutes before. Are you with me tomorrow? Is it same as?
Same as. I'm on comm, so I'll jump on as soon as we're done.
Lovely. So the first couple of hours are just myself. We'll see if Christian Perez can continue his incredible run as a Pro Tour player. The race to the match play heats up with the final Players' Championship event and then one more Euro Tour to go in Trier. We'll be back from 8 o'clock tonight on YouTube with the live lounge. Myself, Phil, Lee, and our guest Neil Duff this evening. We'll be on around half 8, 8:45. other than that, thank you very much for joining us. For Fallon, for popping in earlier as well. Superb to see her as she continues battling in the MODUS Super Series. You can catch the rest of Group A on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel tomorrow morning from 9:30 as well. Barzi, happy birthday, just in case some of these guys don't rejoin us at 8 o'clock, but it's been a pleasure to have you all here. We will see you all in about 2 hours' time. Bye.